give the
Board of County Commissioners acts as a quasi-judicial body when it hears requests for rezoning and conditional use permits. Applicants must provide competent, substantial evidence establishing facts or expert witness opinion testimony showing that the request meets the zoning code and comprehensive plan criteria. Opponents must also testify as to facts or provide expert testimony whether they like or dislike a request is not competent evidence. The board must then decide whether the evidence demonstrates consistency and compatibility with the comprehensive plan and the existing rules in the zoning ordinance, property adjacent to the property to be rezoned, and the actual development of the surrounding area. The board cannot consider speculation, non-expert opinion testimony, or poll the audience by asking those in favor or opposed to stand up or raise their hands. If a commissioner has had communications regarding a rezoning or conditional use permit request before the board, the commissioner must disclose the subject of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place before the board takes action on the request. Likewise, if a commissioner has made a site visit, inspection, or investigation, the commissioner must disclose that fact before the board takes action on the request. Each applicant is allowed a total of 15 minutes to present their request, unless time is extended by majority vote of the board. The applicant may reserve any portion of the 15 minutes for rebuttal. Other speakers are allowed 5 minutes to speak. Speakers may not pass their time to someone else in order to give that person more time to speak.
Okay, next on the agenda is our invocation, which will be given by Pastor, I hope I get this right, Pastor Lucian Gandolfo, Beacon Baptist Church.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm Lucian Gandolfo at the Beacon Baptist Church, and if anyone is interested in checking us out, you can do so at beaconbaptistfamily.com. But before I offer a prayer, I'd just like to say a couple of words and read a little passage of Scripture. And I just want to take note that in these days, our culture in our nation has kind of revised our history and our values, and at times it's not compatible to the traditions of that we've founded our republic in with the Word of God, and so some of our values have been turned upside down. And so I just want to read a passage that deals with that. In Isaiah 5:20, it says, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, and put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." And so I'm very grateful, and I'm honored to be here, and I'm representing the county, many in the county, I'm sure, that are very appreciative that you guys take the time to take a moment to just ask God for help in making the decisions of this county. So I really appreciate that, and thank you for that. And with that, let's offer a prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for the privilege that we have to come in this before this body. Lord, we thank you for them. We pray for every level of our government, from the federal government to the state, county, and cities. But we pray this evening for this body of commissioners, Lord, for the county manager and for the county attorney and for the professional staff that assist them. Father, we ask that you give them clarity and wisdom, and that, Lord, you illuminate and inform every decision by the truths of your word. And Father, we pray that you help them, Lord, to make sound decisions that are pleasing first in your eyes, and then, Lord, will be beneficial for the residents and for the people of this county. We give you praise and thanksgiving for your goodness to us. And Lord, we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next item, Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Feltner.
Please join me in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Okay. Okay. Next item is resolution awards and presentations. E1, resolution celebrating the life of Sandra Collins. Representative Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a resolution honoring and celebrating the life of and service of Sandra Collins. And we have the family here tonight. If you'd like to come up to the podium, and then I'll read the resolution. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here tonight. Whereas Sandra Collins, a planner in the employ of Brevard County Board of County Commissioners, passed away on December 18th, 2025, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners extends its deepest condolences to the family of Ms. Collins, and whereas the Planning and Development Department, in particular, mourns the loss of its esteemed colleague, Sandra Collins, who faithfully served the residents of Brevard County with dedication, professionalism, and integrity. And whereas Sandra began her service with Brevard County Planning and Development on November 11th, 2023, and throughout her tenure demonstrated exceptional commitment to public service, earning the respect and admiration and friendship of coworkers and the community. And whereas her colleagues will especially remember her beautiful, outgoing, and uplifting personality and the joy she brought to the workplace and those around her. And whereas the passing of Sandra is a profound loss to her family, friends, colleagues, and the community she served so faithfully. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners celebrates the life and legacy of Sandra Collins, recognizes her dedicated service, and will remember her fondly always. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard hereby honors the life, service, and legacy of Sandra Collins and extends its deepest condolences to her family and loved ones. Done, ordered, and adopted this 5th day of February 2026. Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Would you like to say anything on behalf of Sandra? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to get a picture. Okay, we're now going to move to the rest of our agenda. I don't know how we're doing with the crowd out there, if we can proceed. Yeah. Those who may not have heard that were not in the room, we had such a large group waiting outside to get in, had some delays in the security processing, so we did not want to begin the actual zoning hearing until everyone who was waiting in line to get here for the zoning, some of them which could even be applicants, we wanted to be sure they were in the room. So we began with some of the non-zoning items on the agenda. while we're waiting, is there any items on the consent agenda that anyone's requesting to remove? I don't think we have any items on the consent. Okay.
We have about 30 folks probably still in line trying to get in out there.
Maybe a public comment part of the non-zoning. Do we have any cards on public comments?
We don't have any public comment.
We don't have any public comments. Okay, we'll wait an additional 5 or 10 minutes.
I think that's
Yeah, we'll have
probably
a-
prudent. I'm sure there's some items on here that, that probably aren't controversial and wouldn't have anyone speak, but we just don't know until the folks get in. The best I could do is try to
Okay.
make announcements in the hallway, but it's pretty loud out there.
Okay,
Chair,
yes.
there's one item, H15, that the local planning and zoning requested a continuance because the applicant wasn't there. Is that one that we would feel comfortable possibly voting for continuance?
The board could proceed with that, absolutely.
They're not here today, that we know.
And you
Oh,
just
they
want to
weren't at the planning and zoning board.
You want
Gotcha.
to send that back to the planning
Yeah.
and zoning board meeting, and staff can give you the dates to announce.
Yeah, so the staff is requesting that the board continue that item till March 5th, 2026, Board of County Commissioners meeting. The P and Z board already continued it to their own meeting, so we're just looking.
Okay.
We don't have any cards on 15.
We have no cards, so motion would be in order.
So I'd like to make a motion to continue to the local planning and zoning, and that would be March 5th, 2026.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Delaney, second by Commissioner Feltner to table to March 25th, did you?
March 5th,
March 5th.
2026.
March 5th, 2026. Any,
If I may clarify, you'd be tabling it to the March 5th BOCC meeting, your own zoning meeting. P and Z's already tabled it to their own P and Z meeting.
Oh, okay.
This is, because it was already advertised for this meeting, we're just looking for you to continue this one on the record so that we don't have to re-advertise.
For
So-
our meeting. Okay,
So
thank you for
yes,
that
March 5th,
clarification.
yep.
So moved
Okay.
with that amendment.
I'll
the
second
motion with
again.
amendment, second with amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. So let's go ahead and take another 5-minute break, and hopefully it'll be cleared. We'll have everyone here. Gerard Clausen? It's not your handwriting, it's clear as a bell, it's my reading. We'll call the meeting back to order.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here today to get my answer. Last time you said you'll tell me in the next meeting why my taxes went up by 7% in my house and 8% in my commercial property. I'm here. You're not going to answer me?
Commissioners, I know that the county manager looked into this and he sent an email. I'm not sure if that just went to the board or if, I don't know if he had contact information for
It's on my card. But in any case, I'm not here to fight. I didn't really expect you guys to give me an answer today, to be honest. The answer is because your budget went up by over 8% in 1 year. And the reason your budget went up by over 8% is because of the county sheriff. That's why. Why you penalize my commercial property against my private property, I also know. Because I vote, but my business doesn't. So they cannot, there's nothing they can do about it. My house is valued at 25% less than my commercial property. My commercial property is taxed 3 times as much as my house. But the reason it is because of the Brevard County budget, the sheriff budget specifically. The reason the budget went up is because the sheriffs don't get paid enough, basically. We can talk here and there, but that's the reason it really went up. I found out that sheriffs got a $5,000 increase in 2024. At the time, that's about a 15% increase. 4 years later, we have to do it again. Now, I still make the same money I did 4 years ago because I work for myself. I don't see even a small amount of financial discipline among the people who are supposed to represent my interest. Nothing. Not one little bit. We spent $250 million on the county sheriff. He's responsible for 112,000 people. That's $1,600 per person per year in a place with virtually no crime. The amount of money we spend on cameras it's insane. We just fitted every bus with a camera. Why do we have cameras everywhere in this county that leads back to the sheriff's office? What's the point? I don't expect an answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your input. Okay, we'll move next to H1. I'll have staff introduce.
Hold on, I got it. Item H1 is J. Steinke and Grant Steinke request a zoning classification change from GU to AU under application 25Z00038 located in District 2.
First speaker, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Go, you have the floor.
Oh, yes, we have a 21.48 acre property just off South Barton on the very far west side of Fisk. And it's currently zoned general use, and we want to rezone it agricultural use. I bought the property for my son Grant. He's a zookeeper at the Brevard Zoo. And the intent was for him to eventually put a residential home out there. He's also an environmentalist, so we're looking at wanting to put some blueberries out there and some honeybees out there. And then down the road, if he has a family, then they can have a little produce farm. I want to put in some elevated produce beds in there and possibly raise some peppers and tomatoes and those kind of items. And if he decides he wants to sell them down the road, they can. I know his girlfriend likes chickens, and she would like to put a few chickens out there. So we want to just rezone it, put a couple of beef cattle out there, and that's what we're looking for.
Okay. Do we have any other cards? I don't think that is the only card. Okay, what's the desire of the board?
Move for acceptance or approval?
Second?
It's a motion, Commissioner Goodson by Commissioner Atkinson, second for approval. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Sounds
Appreciate
like a
it.
good use. Next item, H2.
H2 and H3, I'm going to read into the record together. They need a separate motion. Laughing Clown LLC requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, 25S.15, to change the future land use designation from Res 2 to CC under application 25SS00009, located in District 5. Item H3 is Laughing Clown LLC requests a zoning classification change from RP to BU-1-A under application 25Z00028, located in District 5.
Okay, we do have a card from Clayton Bennett, the applicant.
My name is Clayton Bennett. I'm the applicant for this project, and we do have two requests in, and the one is the comp plan amendment to go from Res 2 to CC, and the rezoning from RP to BU1. This is to allow for general retail at a previous dentist office. The site is located off of Minton Road, which is an arterial roadway, so there is the commercial access. The project was, or the applications were heard at the Planning and Zoning in January. There were no one to show up to object to it. We did have one written objection, which the concerns were traffic in the neighborhood. Again, the site is going to be accessed off of Minton Road, which is the arterial roadway, and also concerns of sound and lighting. We're not asking for any deviation from the county's ordinance regarding sound and lighting. The development plans to comply with those requirements. And Planning and Zoning did unanimously recommend it for approval. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Okay, any questions? I have none. And we'll need two separate motions, right? So we first need a motion for approval for H2. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Delaney.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Feltner. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimous. Now, H3.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion and a second to approve H3. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay. I think we have everything here, everybody here. We can move on. What I'd like to do is, since the large number of people, the vast majority of people are here for H11, and I'd like to move that item up and yield the floor to Commissioner Goodson. First, the staff to explain the item.
Item H11, Merritt Bidco SPV LLC, being represented by Kim Rezanka, requests a zoning classification change from AU with a BSP to RU-2-15 and RU-2-30 with removal of BSP under application 25Z00054, located in District 2.
And if I may, Commissioner, staff is requesting that this item be continued. We received information from the applicant, a significant amount of new evidence, and under the Brevard County Code of Ordinances, Section 62-184, that Any new evidence must be submitted at least 2 weeks prior to the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and failure to do so may result in the continuation of the public hearing. Staff is requesting that we have time to do a preliminary review of the TIA and other evidence that the applicant has provided, and therefore is requesting a continuance.
Okay. Any discussion on behalf of the board? Commissioner Goodson?
Well, with that being said, what Billy said, because the applicant submitted new evidence, I move this item goes back to Planning and Zoning for their March 16th meeting, and giving staff time to review the new evidence for P&Z to consider and provide us with recommendations for April the 2nd zoning meeting. And what they got was a 400-page study of traffic. And staff did not have the time to review it, so that's my motion.
A second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Goodson, second by Commissioner Atkinson. Any discussion on the item? So, under the policies and procedures parliamentary, the motion to continue the item or second, there'd be no discussion. So anyone can submit written information. And what was the dates again? So we know the date certain, so everyone's heard that.
So my understanding of the motion is that it be sent back to the Planning and Zoning Board at its March 16th meeting, and then to the Board of County Commissioners at its April 2nd zoning meeting.
Okay. Just so the public knows, this is something provided for in our code when information is asked that is staff does not have time to review. It requires that our staff have the ability to respond. So this issue can be in the best posture as possible for whatever action we take. So all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Anyone here for H11?
Anybody here for H11? Have a few.
They can go.
They can go, you have, yeah. So I appreciate you taking the time to come out and give your voice, but we've continued it and encourage you to come back, yes. Yes, we know. Okay. We'll let the crowd clear out and then we'll proceed with H4.
So you got H4, you've got the applicant here, Kim Rezanka, and lots of cards.
Okay, we will move on to H4. Okay, we'll have staff introduce the item. H4.
Item H4, Strada Development LLC, being represented by Kim Rezanka, requests a zoning classification change from AU and RR-1 to SR with a BDP under application 25Z 00039, located in District 2.
Kim, we have a card for Eric. Is he speaking as well?
He
Or you-
is.
Okay, good.
My presentation will be myself, Eric, and Hassan Kamal during the 15 minutes.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, members of County Commission. My name is Kim Rezanka with Lacey Rezanka, here on behalf of Strada Development and the purchaser, Miranda Homes. With me is Eric Sergi from Miranda Homes, the Regional Vice President, and Hassan Kamal, a professional engineer of 36 years' experience with BSE. The story of this land, it's 142 acres. It was a citrus grove forever, according to Mr. Crisafulli. And then the freeze of 1989 wiped out the trees, so it became cattle grazing. The owner sold it, and Strada, which is basically a land bank, purchased it for Miranda Homes. So this is a request for a change of zoning to SR, suburban residential, to allow 1/2 acre lots or larger with the clustering of homes to protect the wetlands and to develop a comprehensive subdivision with proper stormwater, drainage, things like that. This is a common sense and logical approach to development. It's a far cry from the proposal which Island Forest Preserve started a couple years ago to do over 100 lots using the open space subdivision that it did with Island Forest Preserve, which is to the east of the project. Unlike Island Forest Preserve, this housing will commit to the 1/2 acres and will commit to 61 lots. All the homes will be in the middle to avoid the wetlands. The density will be 2.3 units to the acre. As you know, AU allows 2.5 units to the acre. The current zoning allows 70 units. It's on page 1 of your staff report. 70 units, we're asking for 61. We'll commit to 61, and if this is approved, the BDP will be changed to put 61. So using that 70 units, and what I could guess from the property appraiser's mapping tools, 23 units, 23 acres of that property is currently RR1, which is 1 unit to the acre, and 119 acres are AU. Preserve Point will not not utilize the open space subdivision if this zoning it goes forward, and we will commit to that in the BDP as well. Miranda is being transparent about its plan. It wants you to know what it's doing. It's not doing a PUD because that takes engineering. It takes 60% engineering, but it will have to abide by all your codes, including the increased compensatory storage in North Merritt Island. So I'd like Mr. Sergi to talk a little bit about Miranda and its plans.
Thank you. We took a look at the site, and with Miranda Homes, I've been with them for, over 7 years now. We've been good partners in Merritt Island and in Central Florida. We want to continue to do that. We looked at the site. We didn't want to oversaturate it with homes. We want to make sure that we are being good neighbors to, the abutters, and this is a good plan, which will help alleviate a lot of the concerns that are out there that our engineer will speak to the board. I came here today to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Kamal will come up, and this is the plan that I handed out to you that's been shown at every meeting that we've had. We've had a community meeting, we've had a North Merritt Island meeting, we've had a planning and zoning meeting, and this is the plan that's been shown throughout. Somehow it didn't make it into your packet, unknown why, because it was submitted to the county. So with that, Hassan will talk about the plan.
Good evening. My name is Hassan Kamal. I'm with BSE Consultants. Address is 312 South Harbor City Boulevard with the civil engineers for the project. Just want to give you a project overview from an engineering and development standpoint. As Kim mentioned, it's 142 acres. It's located on the north side of Crisafulli Road. Of the 142 acres, we're proposing to develop 61 lots. The actual development footprint that you can see with the lots and roadways is approximately 50 to 55 acres, meaning that about 85 to 90 acres of the overall property is going to be preserved. The dark green is the preliminary wetland delineation. We haven't gone through a full jurisdictional review yet, but that's based upon the preliminary mapping. The lighter green is preserved upland areas that will serve as buffers, both for the wetlands and for the project area. As Kim mentioned, the project is centralized within the property to maximize the perimeter buffers. On the east side, we've got buffers that exceed 600 feet to the nearest property line. On the west side, it's over 300 feet. On the north side, it's about 25 feet, and on the south side, if I remember my numbers correctly, we're almost 300 feet, about 280 feet. So the plan is really focused on bringing the subdivision in and maximizing the preservation and buffers to the adjacent properties. The lots will be served by the City of Cocoa water system, and we'll have an on-site lift station to provide to provide sanitary sewer service, so there'll be no on-site septic tanks. Drainage will be provided by a series of stormwater ponds and inlets. They'll be designed to comply with the North Merritt Island stormwater requirements, as well as the more recent, more stringent state criteria for water quality. And that will be sized so that there's no adverse impacts to the surrounding drainage systems. Even based upon the preliminary wetland mapping, we designed the site to minimize wetland impacts and comply with the county requirements to make sure that wetland impacts are less than 1.8%. So we're less than between 2 to 2.5 acres of total wetland impacts based upon the project. From a traffic perspective, with 61 homes, we anticipate maximum trips per day of about 580, which means on the peak hour, we're looking at about 58 trips, which is less than what's currently allowed in the zoning, because under the current zoning, with 70 units, we'd be about 668 trips. So with the development plan we're proposing, it's about 13% less trips than what would occur under the current zoning. Also, from a concurrency standpoint, the school board has completed their concurrency evaluation and confirmed that Lewis Carroll, Thomas Jefferson, and Merritt Island High School all have adequate capacity to meet potential demand from the project area. There was a traffic study done by the county a couple of years ago to support the speed bumps that are constructed further west. That traffic study indicated traffic volumes in Crisafulli between 1,100 and 900 vehicles per day, all of which are significantly less than the level of service C for a 2-lane roadway. So even with these additional trips, we'd still be functioning at less than 20% of the traffic volume for an acceptable level of traffic volume for this roadway. And as we go forward, hopefully after we're successful with a rezoning application, we have multiple steps to go through with both Brevard County and state staff to make sure that the project complies with land development and comprehensive plan criteria. We'll have to submit subdivision plans to Brevard County, where staff will ensure that the comp plan elements that have been discussed during the zoning application and any binding development plan criteria will be adhered to. And then we also have to go through the water management district. They will analyze the project for wetland impacts as well as stormwater and drainage impacts. So we've got a long way to go, but we're committed to making sure that this project has no adverse impacts. And I'm confident that county staff has enough regulations, and very difficult regulations, that will help ensure that at the end of the day, the project meets all the criteria and doesn't have any adverse impacts. I'll be available to answer any questions as we go forward.
Do we have any questions so far? Okay.
I just want to talk a little bit about the staff report and the staff addendum. This addendum is something I've never seen before, and it actually flies in the face of what the staff report says. It's contrary to what it says in the staff report, and I'll detail that in a moment. The administrative policies are guidelines. The guidelines are then enforced by your land development code. The future land use map is a guideline. That future land use map is currently residential 1, which should in theory allow 142 units. We're asking for 61, so we're not messing up the future land use element. The policies do not state that the applicant must provide a traffic study or a pavement and subgrade structural evaluation and review of subsurface voids. That's one of the opponents. I'm not even sure what subsurface voids are. The proof that the policies are met are when the developer complies with the land development code, with all the codes when a plat or construction plans are submitted. None of these can be processed. The staff can't look at any engineering per se until zoning is complete. Staff could allow us to go forward as a matter of right with the open space subdivision, which we choose not to do. Miranda wants to be transparent, which I provided to you a little bit of the open space subdivision. And again, it's of right. Only staff reviews the plat. That allows a 25% density bonus and smaller lots. With the RR1 lots, they could be half acre. At 23 acres of RR1, it could be 46 homes. With 119 of AU, they could be 1 acre lots. That actually turns out to be 119. So in theory, open space subdivision allows 165 lots. We can make the old-fashioned subdivision without centralized stormwater, without centralized sewer, and put in more lots, at least 70 currently. And that's not what Miranda wants to do. It wants to do the subdivision that makes sense, that is good growth management policies. The County Code Section 62-1511C has 5 factors. The staff addendum talks about things you can consider under that, such as environmental constraints, drainage, flood hazards, and transportation impacts. Those are nowhere in your land development code for zoning. Those are not part of the 5 factors at all. Those are illusory. Even if they were in the code, there's no engineering evidence before you to show any of those are a problem at this stage. You only have a professional engineer who's told you he can make this work and he'll follow the codes. The staff addendum claims the rezoning is an increase in density, but it's not. Right now we're asking for 61 when the staff report says 70 is permissible. The staff report analysis before the addendum says policy number 3, the request will not significantly diminish the enjoyment or safety or quality of life. Number 4, the proposed use will not materially and adversely impact the established residential neighborhood. Actually, this is not even an established residential neighborhood, it's a residential area. Staff report did not comment on policy 7 and indicated general information on policy 7. However, if you look at the administrative policies 6 and 7, they talk about the use of the land, not a rezoning request. So the administrative policies are guidelines to be enforced by your land development code. The staff goes on to suggest that a PUD would be appropriate, but a PUD does require an engineered plan. Engineering costs for this project will be over $250,000. Not even know if you like the plan to go to a PUD, all that engineering could be done just to be turned down at this level. So with that, there's nothing in the comp plan that requires full engineering or plat design. The analysis for this zoning is whether the use is compatible and meets your land development code. And the 5 factors in the zoning code, which we do. This is a residential area with large lots. This will be better for the neighborhood because it will hold the water, it will treat the water under the new state requirements. And with that, I'd like to reserve my 2 minutes and 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Chairman?
Okay, so your time reserved.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes. Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I'll round up to 3 minutes.
Okay. I'd like to ask Billy some questions, okay? Billy, can you tell me about this site in the coastal high hazard area?
Yes, Commissioner. The vast majority of this site is within the coastal high hazard area. The coastal high hazard area is defined by state statute, and it's required to be incorporated into all counties' comprehensive plans, and that's why we have it in our plan too. Specifically, we're required to show how we mitigate issues of development within the area. So Objective 7 of our coastal management element of the comp plan states that we should limit densities within the coastal high hazard area and direct development outside of it. So meanwhile, Administrative Policy 6 states that the board should consider whether rezoning applications are consistent with the comprehensive plan. So putting those together, if the board were to find that this application is not consistent with the coastal management element, it could deny the application on that basis.
So has that been done yet, or is that coming?
So it is in the coastal high hazard area. So it's really a question for the board on whether this application meets that objective of limiting density within the coastal high hazard area, considering that they would be going to SR zoning, which allows for half-acre lots.
Okay. Can you tell me how this site could affect drainage?
So there are known and pervasive drainage issues in the area, which the county is devoting significant resources towards improving. We have some experts here from county staff and from natural resources if the board is interested in learning more detail. But the issues are probably not surprising considering that the areas within the coastal eye hazard area, as I mentioned, and the FEMA flood zone, as shown on the attached maps to your agenda. And again, in connection with that, Administrative Policy 7 states that, quote, proposed uses shall not cause or substantially aggravate a substantial drainage problem on surrounding properties or significant adverse and unmitigable impact on significant natural wetlands, water bodies, or habitat for listed species. So given that, if the board were to find, again, that it would be detrimental to the public interest to approve this rezoning and the BDP associated with it at this time because of its impacts on wetlands or drainage problems, it may deny the application.
Can you explain to me why a PUD would be more beneficial in this case than a BDP?
Well, you could argue it is because this application uses a BDP. It's a little bit unique of a BDP compared to the ones that the board normally sees. In this case, it's being used to establish consistency between the future land use density of Res 1 and the SR zoning, which allows half-acre lots. So you have a Res 1 acre, and SR half-acre. In other words, it is allowing clustering through a BDP beyond what normally is allowed under the comprehensive plan. This has caused problems in the past in administering the land use regulations, and in any case, at least in staff's view, there is probably a superior mechanism available that allows flexibility for all parties, including clustering. As always, entering into a BDP is voluntary on the board's part, just like it is on an applicant's part. As such, the board may choose to decline to enter the BDP, in which case the board should consider denying the rezoning application because the requested zoning class would be inconsistent with the future land use.
So would you say that right now this needs a lot more studying, a lot more discussion before we agree to something we might not know is good?
If the board has looked at the application and is not convinced that it has met the comprehensive plan policies, it might consider denying the application. And like I said, through a PUD and the engineering that Ms. Rezanka talked about, they would be able to demonstrate and the board would be able to condition until it's satisfied that all those policies are met.
Okay. Chair, for the reasons discussed, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we'll proceed.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. He has a lot of cards he needs to hear first. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of cards to hear from first.
Okay. So we will go to the comment cards then.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I do have a question, though, of the applicant, and I guess this would be the time to ask. Have you, the applicant, broken down the site in terms of the percentage of pervious surface, paving, building footprint, versus what you're leaving open? Have you all done an assessment on that?
We haven't done a full analysis because we haven't done engineering plans yet, but as I mentioned earlier, just the development footprint itself, the back a lot to back a lot, is only about 50 acres, 50 to 55 acres. The preserved area is about 85 to 90 acres, so 60% of the property is going to be natural. And then the balance, that 50 to 55 acres, is going to have a combination of, the roads, the house pads, and so on. Generally, single-family development of this size lot is probably typically about 35% impervious. So at the end of the day, if you take those weighted numbers, you're probably looking that, this is an approximation, probably 70% of the property is going to be pervious and only about 30% may be impervious, consisting of roads and driveways and buildings.
Okay.
That's a ballpark number.
And so all this open space will be surrounding the development to buffer?
Correct. You can see on the site plan we showed earlier, it's all perimeter. The development
Right.
is interior to that.
The area that you're preserving, that you're keeping green belt, do you have any sort of management plan for that? Will there be restoration? How will it be managed? Will there be any mitigation or environmental planning? Do y'all have any thought of what you may be doing there?
There will be a management plan. That generally happens during the permitting process.
Right.
There'll be an evaluation. There'll probably be some exotic removal. It's a mix of, most of it's forested. I think there's some herbaceous wetlands, but there will be a management plan, and it'll be required to be put into a conservation easement, and there'll be some permit requirements for exotic removal and things of that nature, and that happens during the permitting process with the Water Management District.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions?
Thank you.
I don't know if that counted in your 2.5 minute. It did not. Okay, it did not.
Thank
You
you.
still have rebuttal. Okay, good. Sarah Hodge is our first speaker.
There's a lot better speakers than me, so I'm just going to take a couple of comments. I've sent you comments last night, so I don't know if you've seen them or not. But my husband and I are strongly opposed to this zoning because of what happened to the neighbors with the other subdivision next door. They didn't take precautions to keep their runoff on their property. Some of these houses next to them were 3 feet underwater, and they may never be able to go to their homes again. No one seems to care. The regulations, the Burt Harris Act, it says you must retain your runoff on your property. They didn't. And we've got a big, huge impact with another one that's going to make it even worse, and more people will be flooded. This is unconscionable, and I don't know why you would ever think to do this, but I'm sorry. Read the comments I sent you. That's the main thing, because there's more important people that have better information.
Our next speaker, John Noonan.
Good evening. I'm John Noonan, Merritt Island. My wife and I own a couple acres on the south end of Brevard Acre Street. I'm deeply opposed to any zoning changes, and the facts is because of the impacts that Island Forest Preserve has created to our community. I've been to several meetings. I've voiced my opinion and my knowledge of the area, and it falls on deaf ears. We have a very serious problem. We have flowing water through the neighborhood. It's not just standing water, nuisance water like it was 30 years ago. Now it's flowing. It's moving things. It's moving soil. It's moving concrete. We've got damages. We got a lot of problems from Island Forest Preserve from these developers. These developers are going beyond the scope. The density is not compliant or compatible to our area. These developers are violating our policies. We have these special district policies, these admin policies, and they're not being followed up on. These developers should be fined, they should be penalized, and they should be banned from building beyond the scope. And the data that they're using, these flood plans, the Island Forest Preserve flood plan is nothing. There's no facts in there. There's a lot of bad information. We work with John Denninghoff, and John Denninghoff gave us nothing but disinformation about the water flow. My concern is that a lot of the water now that's in some of this property during the rain season is there. They've got flooding. That land is underwater. The lowlands is wetlands. Our properties is the highlands. We live on a sand ridge, and now that's being impacted. I've sent pictures beyond a bunch of information to congressmen, to Commissioner Goodson's office, and I presented facts. I've showed videos of flowing water. We've got a telephone pole that's in the path of this flowing water. I've tried to get support from our county. We get no support. It's falling on deaf ears, and I want to know why. Why, when you all are in charge of our safety and our well-being, and you deny it because these corporations somehow are able to sway you in developing this property beyond what it's capable of. You've impacted us beyond imagination by voting and allowing these developers to just develop every lowland, fill in ditches. The Island Forest Preserve had a relic ditch that held a lot of water, and that, I think, was the fork in our butts, sort of say, that when that was filled in, that took a lot of the water coming from the Cape, from the surrounding agricultural property, and that's caused our property down the south end to flood. So I've got a lot of problems with the county right now, and we're not getting the support. I've voiced my opinion to Mr. Goodson, or Commissioner Goodson, and this is his comment, is buy more fill dirt. I'm sorry, I'm all out. I'm done moving dirt. But we really need to get some intelligence, some competent and serious leaders about fixing this problem and ending these zoning issues that are beyond my community's ability to survive. Thank you.
John Calhoun.
Hi, John Calhoun. I live at 900 East Christopher Road. I also own property directly across from there, the new development's exit. So I'm going to just read to you. I want to speak to three things: the flooding, the traffic, and the safety. So just to clarify, the Sykes Creek and Judson Canal are the same thing. It's our drainage. That's the only drainage we have. Okay, so the flooding in 1952-53, Brevard County dug the canal on Judson Road to increase the flow of water from our area to the Judson Canal, south to Barge Canal, and north to Pine Island. And everything worked well. Everything was great. In 1995, St. John's Water Management came in and plugged up both ends of Judson. They put the Judson Canal. They put pumps on Pine Island. They're supposed to pump into the North Pond. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble here. So when St. John's came in 30 years ago and they plugged up the Judson Road Canal, they put pumps to go to Pine Island, and they put pumps later on at Hall Road to go into the Barge Canal, up Lower Sykes Creek in the Barge Canal. Well, the county doesn't turn the pumps on until after a rain event comes, and we're flooded. So when they turn the pumps on, if they turn them on at all, it's after the flood. And then we have pumps on Ransom Road, which is a 42-inch pump from NASA. When they pump everything south from NASA Causeway through Blue Origin back into Judson Road. All the exits, all the water exits are plugged up by St. John's. They have culverts in there with 2x6 weirs that they stack up so water can't go anywhere. So with all the flooding, and then you have traffic. So you have a road that's underwater, you have traffic from the new neighborhood, and the speed limit is 30 miles an hour, which is totally ignored. They got by my house at 60 and 70, and that's the God's honest truth. So why can't Miranda buy a piece of land through Island Forest Preserve and run the traffic out to out to State Road 3, they're all going to NASA anyway, 90% of them work at NASA. To get the traffic out that way, because we have horses, we have bicycles, we have golf carts, and at 30 miles an hour, it's not bad, but at 70 miles an hour, it's crazy. Somebody's going to get killed. And so when somebody gets hurt out there, if we have a flood, and somebody gets hurt, there's a flood, there's a car in a ditch because they can't see the road, and then an emergency vehicle can't get in there to get them because there's only one way in and one way out, then somebody dies. And then whose fault is that? It's certainly not ours. So if you guys vote to have this, you're just adding to it. Until the county takes the pumps out of Judson Road, the pumps are dams. They're just holding water on us. We're a retaining pond. And so if you add more development, it just makes the problem worse. It's not going to get any better until somebody does something. We need to exit out of there besides Christopher Road and we need the flood control done. You put it back to 1995, get the pumps and the weirs out, and we'll all be happy, except for traffic. All right, thank you.
Rose Plummer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rose Plummer, and I'm here representing the North Merritt Island Area Association. Our organization serves nearly 5,000 households and approximately 10,000 residents on North Merritt Island, with around 500 active members and business partners spanning from the Space Center property to the Barge Canal Bridge. On behalf of these residents and businesses, we respectfully recommend that the application submitted, including the associated binding development plan, be denied. Our recommendation is based on several significant concerns, including noncompliance with administrative policies. The application does not align with the future land use element, specifically 3A compatibility, which addresses traffic impacts. Section 4A, criteria, also related to traffic. Section 5A through G, road infrastructure, which is directly affected by increased traffic. Section 7, environmental impacts, particularly regarding drainage, flooding, and wetlands. It is important to note, to our knowledge, no comprehensive traffic study has been conducted for East Crisafulli Road in relation to this project. The only available study dates back to 2023, prior to the original Miranda development that was 105 homes, and that included a 24-hour speed survey. The study recorded 1,189 vehicles in a single day, with 45% of the 969 vehicles passing Judson and Crisafulli exceeding the posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour. Using Ms. Rezanka's numbers, if I use that to add the cars from the 105 homes and then the 61 homes, we're looking at 2,715 vehicles a day in a 24-hour period passing that area. Some of these vehicles go as fast as 70 plus miles per hour. There were 11 in front of Crisafulli and Judson in that 24-hour period. East Crisafulli Road was not designed to accommodate this volume or speed of traffic, and it is ill-equipped to handle the additional load. There are numerous reasons for this board to deny the petition. The points outlined above are among the most pressing. Repeated approvals of incompatible projects have already had detrimental effects on our community character and well-being. In conclusion, we urge the Commission to consider the long-term impacts on North Merritt Island and to deny this petition in the best interests of our residents and environment. Thank you for your attention.
Chris Cook.
Good evening. My name is Chris Cook. I've been a resident up in North Merritt Island for over 35 years. I'm just going to kind of simplify this issue. I was at the P&Z meeting, and if you read the minutes, there was a little bit of confusion about what was really going on there. But to simplify it, they got current mostly AU, and there's some RR1, and about half of the property is wetlands. So with that taken out, they can, the way it is right now, using the calculations, I think they can get about 30 half-acre lots in that without doing anything. What they want to do is change the zoning to all SR with a BDP for 61 half-acre units. We don't like BDPs in general because they're only binding until they aren't. It's much better to change the zoning, and it's harder to change a zoning than a BDP. You can hear a lot of stories about existing flooding and the road conditions, so I won't harp on that, but I just wanted to note that all these recent developments, they all come in and say, we're going to put a new development in and it's going to help you. And you know what? It hasn't. It gets worse. I'm sure this guy's a great engineer, but we've heard that story before. One thing that we would like to see is on these new developments is if the board could require a performance bond to repair the road after they bring in thousands of cubic yards of fill and destroy the road that's already in bad shape and make it back to fix it up a little bit. But I think the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive coastal management plan, Objective 7 says, move development away from these areas. It's also in the FEMA special flood hazard area. So why are we increasing density there? It makes no sense. The other part is the rural character. No one's talked about that. To be rural in character, it is a rural character area. You have to have at least 1 acre lots to pursue rural activities. So we like to see 1 acre lots. And also the North Merritt Island Homeowners Association, the North Merritt Island Special Advisory Board, and your own P&Z board all voted to deny this. I haven't heard one person except for people on the applicant's staff speak for it. So we think you'd like to do the right thing and deny this application. Thank you.
Hassan Kimmel, did I say that right? Hassenkemel. Oh, that's the applicant. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Okay. William Bell.
Good evening. My name is William Bell. I live on East Crisafulli Road. I'm here to also against the new development. Miranda Homes recently built a community at the end of the road, and after the storm of October, there was a river coming out of there and was contributing to most of the flooding on Crisafulli. The flooding has deteriorated the road. The road is in dire need of repair. It's full of potholes that were repaired. The eastbound lane headed up due to the heavy traffic and the trucks going back and forth. The road is down like 12 inches. It's just sinking away to nothing. And now, after all that, they want to take and put in 65 more homes surrounded by wetlands and raise the elevation 4 to 5 feet, add an additional 150 cars and another several years of construction vehicles causing more damage. I find it hard to believe that they won't further impact our community. And if I may, I just have some pictures here.
Absolutely.
This is the river coming out of the community. They claim that they can manage the storm where they're dismissal. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bell, when were those pictures taken?
Pardon me?
When were those pictures taken?
The day after the storm.
October of this year?
Yeah.
Or last year? Great.
Oh, last year, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I said it.
We're
Thank
not
you.
October this year.
No, thank you.
Emily Robinson.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to give my comment. I just want to say that I do recommend that you guys vote no currently on the zoning. To give a little bit of a different perspective, I actually live in Island Forest, so I do greatly sympathize with all of the neighbors on East Crisafulli because during the big storm of October, my backyard actually experienced 6 inches of flash flooding in the matter of just an hour. So the next morning to emerge and see all of their homes completely underwater really was awful. So for me to see that, it makes me wonder, where was the original engineering and planning then? So my other reasons to strongly advise against no on the zoning is the lack of infrastructure improvements on East Crisafulli. The electricity power lines have not been improved in a long time from what I understand. And then lastly, to not, be a broken record up here, really the road improvement in terms of having another access road. I would strongly urge that there be no more development until we have another road, strictly from a safety perspective. After the storm, had my family not had an SUV, you honestly probably couldn't have passed through safely down the road. It was that deep. And I know several other people that could not leave the neighborhood because they did not have an adequate vehicle. Now, I know that that is their responsibility to take care of themselves, but we should all be good neighbors and not approve things just because we can, just because they did follow all the regulations. I think this plan needs a little bit more time to cook. And so I really strongly urge you guys to reconsider and have them do more engineering and follow more guidelines. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Mary Watkins?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I am Mary Watkins, and I own 2 pieces of property in the Broad Acres subdivision, which was actually platted in the 1950s on the Sand Ridge at the east end of Crisafulli Road. When you're driving out Crisafulli Road, you are going uphill to that sand ridge. Island Preserve is very close to that sand ridge, but at the time of the development, the highest elevation was 2.56 feet, whereas my low lot, the elevation is 5.97 feet. So you can imagine the amount of fill that has already come in. This other development that Miranda is talking about building is downhill from Island Preserve. It is down a natural hill. So to bring in a lot of fill dirt, that water's got to go somewhere. With all due respect to engineers, I can go back to a civil engineer that told my father to dig the channel deeper under the Pineda Causeway so that the water level would go down so he could get his sailboat under the bridge. I had a commissioner's representative come out and look at my house at one point. While the house was not flooded, the property was, and I had to walk through floodwater to get to my house. His answer was, build a deck around your house. Really, guys? Come on. Also, something that has not been brought up about the traffic. I was working for the county and had an opportunity to do some overtime on a Saturday. Unfortunately, the Friday night, 2 young individuals new to the neighborhood had killed themselves in an auto accident on East Crisafulli Road. The coroner was taking his sweet time getting there, so I had to use a private access to get off of the property and to get off of Crisafulli Road. There are several hundred people that do not have access to that private property in order to get off. What's going to happen when something like that occurs again? And it will, with the speeds and the curves in that road. Thirdly, when it comes to flooding, when you break through a hard pan, a geological term, water is not going to go down unless you pump it down. It's naturally going to come up. So I don't care how deep they dig the holes as retention ponds, the water will not go anywhere except the path of least resistance, which is downhill. Please be considerate of that, and please turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry White?
Didn't give me time to sit down.
I know. I was trying to catch you before.
Thanks for letting us speak this evening. So my name is Terry White. I live at 5595 Joseph Court, I'm a resident of Merritt Island since 1965. There's a couple of things that's been stated here already that I would like to talk to a little bit, but I just wonder how many sitting up here in front of me have been out to East Crisafulli Road since October? One.
No, I've been there.
Okay, all right. But, and seeing the condition of that road, it was stated earlier that it's a typical two-lane road. Nothing's typical about it. If you look at Hall Road, Chase Hammock, Pine Island, and North Tropical Trail, they are far better roads than East Crisafulli is, okay? The current road cannot handle the traffic. It cannot handle the increase in the traffic. And the survey that they mentioned about the speed hump area, that didn't take into consideration people like me and a lot of other people sitting back here that don't drive East Crisafulli all the way out. We go north or south along Judson to get out of our neighborhood. It's a dirt road. My truck's dirty all the time, but that doesn't even consider the additional traffic right there. Now, another thing they talked about is this is a wetlands, but 40 years ago, it was an orange grove, just like part of my property. I used to own the oldest orange grove on North Merritt Island, and the citrus died off in that, but old-time citrus growers did not plant in wetlands, period. Yeah, so something has changed over the last 40 years that turned those high pieces of ground that raise citrus into wetlands. If in my case, where my property is, there's 2 developments that have been put in south of me and one that's been put in east of me. And ever since they went in, I flood. The county tells me it's because I live in a bowl, where the bowl didn't always exist there. Like I said, mine used to be citrus. So all those other ones, and just like Mary mentioned, is once they raise that water table and they put in these ponds and that water table's up. So now when it rains, my south pasture floods, and it doesn't go away right away. It takes days and days and days before that water finally goes away. And this new development says that they will not put any more water off of their property than there was in the past. We didn't see a lot of water flowing off of that property in the past, but they did say that once they develop it and it raises above the water level in their ponds, it will discharge onto East Crisafulli. So they're not going to retain all of their water, which is sad. And there are many unanswered questions to their plans. In the previous meetings we've gone to about it, they said, well, they don't have all the site development, they don't have the engineering for this and that. My recommendation is, until they come up with a clear set of plans of exactly what they're going to do, that you should disapprove this zoning change. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Muir?
Good evening, folks. Thanks for your time today. I do have a photo that shows some of the flooding that we dealt with last October that I was just going to share with y'all. So I think many of these fine folks have pretty much talked about what is troubling most of us. The flooding has been really bad. It's continued to get worse over time. In addition, as the canals have effectively saturated, the swales that most of us have, from our individual properties to the canal have flooded out every single time. And I think more and more of us are seeing areas that are continually saturated with water that didn't used to be. I think when that event happened, I was almost living on an island at that point, which was shocking. And my home on East Crisafulli is actually just east of where this proposed development is going to be, and we were in about half a foot of water. Everybody's also talked about the road condition, and I think we can talk about fixing the road condition eventually and making it better, but the concern that I see when I look at this is the property at the very end of the neighborhood added about 100 homes. And I think East Crisafulli has maybe 150, 160 homes in total before this happened. And this new proposed development is looking to add another 60. So I think what we're looking at over the course of a couple of years is Miranda is effectively doubling the homes that are in this neighborhood. And this road is not made for that. As we've talked about, the water has nowhere to go. And even if we go fix some of those things, even if their engineering is 100% correct, it's just not going to change the fact that we are just shoving tons and tons and tons of people into this area that is just not meant from an infrastructure standpoint to be able to handle this many people. I think everybody that lives in this area can attest to that. So, thanks for your time.
Sir, I'm sorry. Is that our copy for the clerk? Okay, we're going to give that to the clerk, okay? Yep.
Christopher Weishmuir, close.
Hello, board. My name is Christopher Wishmeyer. I live at 730 East Crisafulli. It's right before on the way in the S Bend. So I'm a few houses down from the proposed neighborhood. I would recommend you guys deny rezoning. Now I could talk about how the flooding has impacted me and my property was underwater house, but that has been said before by many other speakers. Also, somebody noted that the traffic study that they did was before many of the people moved, their family members, their grandmas, everybody else in on the other Miranda homes that they have built down the street. But besides that, with the traffic, in Kim Rezanka's own words, East Crisafulli is a windy, curvy, squirrely road. It's not a straight road like Hall. My 3 little girls' traffic stop for school is right at that S Bend. When people try to make up speed because of the speed humps put in, they usually do it throughout the rest of the road. It's already a sketchy kind of deal right now. Adding more cars into the already sketchy deal, it doesn't look good for the future. Now, there was also talk of, an exotic removal, something with the wildlife on there. I was kind of confused if that was towards plants or also, the blue Florida scrub jay, the gopher tortoise, the osprey nest that might be out there since we are right next to a wildlife refuge. The overall synopsis of the area from everybody in here is nobody wants it. I don't want it. And I know most of my neighbors, I'd say a good 99% of the people sitting here do not want it. If Kim Rezanka wants the neighborhood built because that's her job, she's good at it. I wonder how she would feel if it was right down the street from her house. I just wanted to come up here because I showed up to the meeting and I wanted to, be a speaker. I'm asking you guys to do what everybody here already wants you to do. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Hilberg.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Mary Hilberg. I live in North Merritt Island, and I'm also on the North Merritt Island Special Advisory Board. And we had a meeting on this topic, and as you can imagine, it was hours and a lot of impassioned explanations, as it is tonight. And I would ask that Commissioner Goodson's note of the coastal high hazard area and the fact that it's a floodplain as well should help convince you that this is not a good idea for our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Tampa.
Hello, and
Thanks for having me speak. I just want to say that, just like everyone else has before me, the flooding is horrendous, and my house was flooded for 5 days, and the infrastructure needs to be done. People with the speed bumps, they light it up. As soon as they hit the last one, they're speeding, and someone's going to get hurt. The roads definitely need to be addressed, and that's about it. Everyone else has said everything else that I need.
Thank you.
Could I ask just real quick, ma'am, the pictures you gave us, is that for the clerk? Is that part of the record?
Yes, you
Okay,
can.
all right, thank you.
Denise Christopher.
I'm Denise Christopher, and I live off the North Tropical Trail, Merritt Island. And I've just been on North Merritt Island since 1977, and I'm opposed to any changes to the current zoning of any property on North Merritt Island until something is done to improve the flooding and the traffic. One suggestion to improve some of the flooding would be to grandfather in the existing vacant properties so that the building code regulations wouldn't apply as far as raising the road and filling all the property with dirt. Most of the complaints are about the truckloads of dirt that are required to raise the land. Therefore, the existing adjacent properties end up being flooded on either side. The other issue is the traffic. When the addition of the cruise parking lots and the Space Center traffic, the drawbridge, the traffic lights, and 528, there are times that the residents on North Merritt Island can't even get out on the road on State Road 3. Recently, I witnessed an ambulance that was trying to get through the traffic going south, and the cars were at a standstill, and it was near the Barge Canal, and there was no way that the ambulance could get past at that point. And what if it was a member of your family getting, to have to get to the hospital was a matter of life and death? And it seems like we have a lot of other issues, and the other part would be to maybe consider and this is kind of do with the launches, the fact that our houses shake and we have cracks in our walls and stuff like that, that the housing should be changed, the regulations to build the houses to adjust to what's happening with the rest of the property out there. And I appreciate your time. Plus, I just wanted to put a little plug in for Pioneer Day that's coming up on Saturday on North Merritt Island. So I'll give you a little handout, and also about the mob, which I don't know if y'all are familiar with the mob, but it's got to do with the museums of Brevard. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Robert Blevins.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. I'm Robert Blevins, and I reside at 825 Woodsage Lane. I got a little over 5 acres. My lot's a flag lot. It's right in the deep curve, right where they plan on, right after, they plan on doing this entrance a little bit after, about a few hundred yards after my entrance to my driveway. I can tell you just from, I've only lived there for about 4 years. Most of my community has already voiced their opinion about it. The flooding is ridiculous. I mean, we had 18 and a half inches in about 6 hours, and that area just couldn't handle it. And I work at the Space Center. I understand the growth that's going on out there. I got friends that are looking for homes and are envious of me and my 12-minute drive to work. I get it. It's lovely. But at the same point, it doesn't help the area. The flooding is out of control. I can tell you, my property has 2 exits. I can get off of Joseph Court, or I can go off of Crisafulli. And I couldn't do it off of Joseph Court because of there's a culvert broken right there that goes to my property. And I'm kind of glad it's broken because all that water off of Joseph Court would come onto my property because I'm a real low level property. There's not much I can do. I had 18.5 inches in my garage, lost nearly everything in there. Nobody sees my house. I'm back in the woods. I'm behind 70-foot pines, and it's gorgeous. We just had a newborn son. My family's growing out there. There's a family that just built a home behind us, same thing, growing families. We don't want to be pushed away from our homes. I mean, I have to bring in sub pumps just to pump out underneath my house because the groundwater rises that quick. It's serious out there, and to put an additional 61 homes on top of it is uncalled for. That's putting the dangers of everybody else in our community. And I just want to voice my opinion as a concerned neighbor and taxpayer for this county and state. And hopefully you guys make the right decisions. Thank you for your time.
Susan Rogers.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm not going to echo. We've all heard about the flooding. I live off Chase Hammock Road, which is to the south of the East Crisafulli Road. But as they say, we're all connected, and we all live downstream. And nature's a complex, interconnected system. So we need to be mindful of this. It's just not sustainable. All this additional development. I heard the lawyer, Mr. Rezanka, say this is a common sense solution. Well, it's not a common sense solution for the people who live there. And all the traffic issues have been discussed. And I have family members who ride their bicycles. They say it's gotten terrible. It's dangerous. They don't go down that road anymore. So, like everyone here, I say no to the rezoning. It's not sustainable. Our North Merritt Island, enough is enough. And we just need to do the right thing. Thank you.
Diana Scarincio, did I say? Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm the last person that would normally get up and speak in front of people, so you'll have to excuse me. I am going to kind of reiterate what everyone said. The flooding is terrible. My husband and I own a farm. We're probably the only agriculture people that I've heard talk tonight. That's what we're here for. The flooding event in October, we're just south of the S-turn. Our pastures were underwater. We had to borrow a canoe from Terry so I could bring hay out to our sheep that were stuck on a small patch of land that was above water. But what I'm getting at is it's to add in any more houses and to raise any land out there, water goes to the lowest point, period. It's not going to go anywhere else other than onto all the neighbors. You know how hard it is to see baby goats and baby sheep that can't get to dry land? And there's no place to bury them because it's all underwater. I mean, chickens that drown, and I'm sorry if there's kids in here, and I'm not trying to be too graphic, but it's awful for those of us who are actually still trying to use the land for agricultural purposes. And to take a large agricultural plat and turn that into anything other than agricultural land, you're never going to get that back. That land is meant to be green space. It's not meant for anything other than that. And also, I'd like to note, everyone's complaining about the road. I'm going to add a different spin on that, because if you've ever tried to haul a livestock trailer down that road and you happen to pass one of those 18-wheelers that's bringing construction material down to the subdivision, you can't get through. The road's not wide enough for 2 large vehicles. It's just not. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people have made comments about the actual criteria that these people don't meet, but obviously we're opposed to this rezoning, and hopefully you guys will do the right thing for the residents of Brevard County. I've lived here my whole life, so thank you.
Thank you. You said you'd be the last speaker, and you actually are the last speaker. So, okay, we'll bring this back to the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I wanted to add something that should have been included in the addendum, which the addendum is to clarify and correct things that were noted in the staff report. And so in the staff report, it's noted that they can get 70 units. They can actually get 34, not 70. I do have a breakdown of that calculation if you'd like me to explain how we got to 34.
Yes, that'd be good.
Thank you. Where did it go? Oh. So.
This is out of order, out of line to bring it up at this
Can
late
you
date.
can you come to the mic?
Yeah, this is unconscionable. This information should have been provided before now, and the fact that it hasn't has hindered us. So I haven't talked to my client, but we need to be able to analyze this because this is the first time I've ever heard this. Sorry, I was trying to drink some water before I got up here. So I object to this. If it's going to be heard, we need time to continue and to hear it.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I can try to provide a little clarification. So the staff comments that Ms. Rezanka earlier referred to, she stated 70 units. You'll notice there's an asterisk next to the word potential. It says zoning potential for concurrency analysis purposes only, subject to applicable land development regulations. So that zoning potential that we put in every staff analysis is a simple formula. The zoning minimum lot size multiplied by the acreage. In cases like this, however, the reason why the asterisk is there, it doesn't take into account the applicability of our land use regulations, land development regulations, sorry. So in this case, the numbers that Trina's come up with, they're estimates. That's all they are, and that's what we were asked to provide because at P&Z. And the reason they're estimates is because of the type of rezoning application there is. There's not engineering to know how much is going to be used for stormwater ponds, roads, and we also don't have the exact delineation of wetlands. So Trina's come up with some estimates so the board can get an idea of how many units could be put on that parcel today. But I will notice that that's all they are is estimates because that's all the information we have at this time.
Okay. I want to hear from staff. But Morris, did you have any comments?
You'll have an opportunity to rebut with staff. Staff can testify.
Yes, but we need to have time to expert testimony. We just got continued on another matter because of new evidence. That's what needs to be done.
Why don't you hear the
now.
testimony and you'll have an opportunity to rebut it?
No,
Or
we're not.
You'll have an opportunity to respond to the testimony. The chair has asked to hear the testimony, and he may hear the staff testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
In the AU area, there's approximately 118.5 acres. There's approximately 80.5 acres of wetlands. So when we break that down, accounting for 25% of infrastructure, in the 38 acres of the uplands, they would be able to get 11 units. That's accounting for 9.5 acres of infrastructure. On the 80 acres of the wetlands, they would only be today be able to develop it at 1 unit per 5 acres. Also taking into account the infrastructure, we would minus out about 20 acres of that. That leaves them with 12 units. That's a total of 23. That is on the AU portion, what they could do today. Again, an estimate. In the RR1 zoning, it's approximately 23 acres. It's approximately 8.7 acres of wetlands, 14.6 acres of uplands, again, 8.7 of wetlands. In the wetlands, they can develop 1 unit per 5 acres. Taking out 25% for infrastructure, we would be minusing out about 3.65 acres. That leaves them with enough to do 10 units for a grand total of the 34. Excuse me, 11 units. I didn't take into account the wetlands would give them 1 unit in the RR1 portion. So it's 11 units, give them a total of 34.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that, and comments?
Kim has 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Now you have the ability to cross-examine her, and you have the ability to rebut her.
No, I need to ask for a continuance because she's not an engineer and she doesn't design subdivisions. Subdivisions can accommodate wetlands and individual lots, can accommodate infrastructure in individual lots. This is a down and dirty calculation that is not accurate. It's not how any engineer would design it. So at this point, I'm asking for a continuance.
She may request a continuance. The board doesn't need to grant the continuance.
No,
It's
but
the
we
board's
have new
pleasure.
evidence. The board policy requires a continuance when new evidence is put forward. We just heard that earlier.
I have a question from a planning perspective, and this is what we're doing here. This type of information is helpful in terms of planning policy and procedure and how we evaluate our comp plan. And that's why I wanted to hear it. I'm just curious of what the development potential under the larger, broader scheme of planning, not necessarily from a specific engineering point of view. And from what the staff is telling us, this is under our planning documents, under their interpretation, what the land can be used for today. I just thought that would be helpful.
It may be helpful, but it is in controvert to what they've already provided to us in its new evidence. I don't know if it's accurate or not. This is the first I've heard of it. You would have thought we'd have been given it before now because I'm pretty sure they knew it was going to be presented tonight. So asking for an opportunity to review it.
A question I have for you, under your interpretation, I'm sure you've evaluated the land, you looked at it, you purchased it. Under the rules as they exist today, what do you feel you could develop the land for? What density do you feel like you could obtain without changing zoning?
Well, without changing zoning, based upon the staff report, based upon the zoning and that's available now, it's 70 units. If we were to go as of right, open space subdivision, and again, working around the wetlands, putting wetlands in lots, using whatever means, method, like broad acres, go back to the 1950 style of plat. Road straight down the middle and put lots on each side. So this is, I didn't say this was a common sense solution. I said it's common sense development. And it allows things to be clustered as your code requests. So I still believe it's 70 under the zoning.
Okay, I understand
Site planning hasn't been done, engineering hasn't been done.
Right.
And it's not usually required at the zoning stage.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you. I understand. Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that for these reasons just discussed, we make a motion to decline to enter into a BDP and therefore deny the application for rezoning, and it would be consistent with inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And I'd like to direct the county attorney to draft findings of facts for the board consideration of a future meeting.
Second.
I haven't finished my rebuttal yet. I had asked for a continuance.
You have 2.5 minutes. Let's go ahead and finish the rebuttal.
All right.
And then
Okay.
Again,
Okay.
I would begin by asking the board completely discount Ms. Gilliam, who I do respect as a planner, but she's not an engineer. I fully request that you grant this rezoning because of the use of the land is no longer available. What you have heard is that people don't want change. It's been stated time and time again. They don't want change. They also have a speeding problem.
Please allow her to give her time.
They have a speeding problem. They have a flooding problem. No one designs to the 500-year flood that happened in October. That's in no one's code.
Raising the property don't help.
What about 2022?
Okay, I'm going to add 3 minutes to her time because she's being interrupted. You need to give her an opportunity to present her client, the applicant's case, but go ahead.
Thank you. So there are issues, but no one has proven that there is evidence to support we don't meet the criteria. They cite administrative policies, they don't cite facts to go with them. They speculate on what might happen. They don't understand engineering principles. There's not a single engineer who has testified. There has been statements from Mr. Prasad about the coastal hazard. Well, the coastal hazard said to limit density. We're not asking for more density than current zoning allows. Current zoning allows 70. If we can make it under land development regulations is another question, but this is zoning, not engineering, not site planning, not platting. Second, to find it would be detrimental, there's no facts. You cannot say with any facts that this is going to make the area worse. Your land development code prevents that, St. John's prevents that, Florida law prevents that. If they're having problems from Island Forest Preserve, that Miranda did not build the infrastructure, they've done takedown lots and build homes, then that's an Island Forest Preserve issue that should be taken into account by the county and something should be done about it. Code enforcement or a lawsuit. I don't know, but it's not proof that this subdivision is going to do the same thing. This area is in the new code that requires development north of Merritt Island from Hall Road, north to State Road 405, comply with the new modeling that was developed and adopted by this board in 2022. That did an entire basin study. That knows everything about where the water flows, and any stormwater calculations have to go through that process. And that is new. Only one subdivision has gone through it before. Island Forest Preserve did not. The staff report, again, when I looked at the addendum, it was clear that it was to refute everything that was said on the applicant's behalf. However, we are not increasing density. We are directing development to the uplands, which is what your code requests. A BDP is a zoning action, so yes, zoning can be changed as do BDPs can be changed. That road, there is not, it is a unusual road, but there are many of them. Tropical Trail, South Tropical Trail, South Banana River Drive. And these are roads that have been there. Land has the ability to be developed. There are private property rights that apply to this land. If this land does have 70 units now, then it should be entitled to try to do those 70 units. We are trying to be transparent and let you know exactly what is going to be built here. No zoning code has required full engineering, and it's not in your code now. Your staff report initially said that this would have no adverse impacts, that this isn't a neighborhood, it's a neighborhood area, and that it is compatible. Your staff report says that. Even the addendum doesn't say that. There has been statements that once this is developed, it will discharge. It cannot discharge more than it has discharged in the past. That's your law. And that's how they design. That's how Mr. Hassan Kamal would design it. As with the City Point that came before you not that long ago, we are willing to put into the BDP that the developer will reduce the volume of stormwater discharge on the property to better control the runoff and allow no more water than currently comes from the property. This shall exceed the requirements of Brevard County Code and St. John's River Water Management District, and this shall be addressed at the site plan stage. That's what we did with City Point in District 1 just in December of this year. To require, and that was a PUD, but this still applies. The exotics are exotic plants that are removed when you work with wetlands. They're not removing any animals. Again, I point back to administrative policies, and administrative policies require facts, but their guidelines to land development codes comply. This is a logical development. It's predictable because you know what's going to be built. This is how the land development code usually works. We have asked for a binding development plan to limit the density, which is appropriate under 621255. And again, we would agree to a performance bond and to the enhanced stormwater criteria that we've done for City Point and District 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I'd still ask for the continuance.
Okay.
If you're relying upon that evidence.
Make that note. We note that there's been a request for a continuance.
BCC 97 allows an applicant to cross-examine a witness when evidence is presented or to request a tabling for 7 days to submit a rebuttal to the evidence presented. It's limited just to rebutting that issue. It's not reopening the public hearing or anything like that. Both of those are within the board's discretion. Cross-examination must be allowed if it's requested. The tabling for additional rebuttal does not.
Cross-examination is required to be allowed?
If requested.
If requested. Would that be at this particular meeting?
Yes.
So if you would like to cross-examine, you're entitled to do that.
If I can be given her numbers and 10 minutes for the engineer to look at it, sure, we would do that.
We're due for a break, so
Okay.
let's have a 10-minute break.
So I need the numbers she read from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a 10-minute break. I think we'll hear from Morris Richardson first, our legal counsel, and then proceed from in the order that he recommends. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant has asked to offer rebuttal testimony to testimony presented by planning staff regarding an estimate of the potential number of units that could be realized under the current zoning, and I believe Mr. Kamal, the engineer for the project, is ready to speak on that subject.
Thank you. Again, Hassan Kamal with BSC Consultants. I'd like to start out by noting that the information that Ms. Skilling provided came from a memo or an email that was dated January 14th. Today's February 5th. There was an addendum to the staff report that was issued, I think, earlier this week. So it's a little bit disappointing and frustrating on our end that we see this information for the first time today at the public hearing, where if it was provided to us and discussed with the applicant earlier, we could have had a much better chance to understand where they got their numbers from and discuss it and maybe reach some consensus on what those numbers really mean. So it puts us in a little more of a difficult position. But again, we've just had a few minutes to take a look at this. And my concern would be, I don't know where the wetland numbers come from. I don't think the county staff has, and I'm an engineer, not an attorney, so I'm going to pose these questions in the format that I normally would. I don't know where these numbers came from. I don't think county staff has been on site if they just used a database inventory to generate those. The assumption for 25% infrastructure seems high based upon my experience. I've been doing subdivision land development design for over 30 years. That number seems high, and I don't know specific to this for this kind of development. The assumption that when you go through the units that all the 2.5 acre, all the residential development, all has to be in upland, I don't think is accurate. We've done lots of subdivisions where you can plat into the wetlands, place them in a conservation easement, and provide enough upland development footprint to construct your house pad, yard, and footprint. At the end of the day, even with those numbers that were presented by staff, there's 46 units that, in theory, they could develop. We don't agree with those numbers, but that doesn't, I'm sorry, 34, and that's assuming with all their worst case scenarios. That doesn't really change the calculus. We still have the most stringent stormwater criteria in Brevard County that we've got to go through. And I think the board has to trust their staff to enforce that criteria to make sure that this project, whether it's 61 units, 40 units, or whatever the number is, doesn't adversely affect either upstream or downstream facilities. And you have those regulations already in place. We've documented with traffic counts that Brevard County provided that this roadway has an acceptable level of service at its current rate, and even with the addition of the project traffic, it's well below the acceptable level of service. So I think as far as these numbers, we obviously got them 10 minutes ago. I don't agree with the basis for these calculations, but it doesn't change the request. We meet the criteria. We are less than what's allowed under the current zoning when you take a look at the raw numbers. We meet concurrency, the school concurrency and roadway concurrency. So I again, disappointed that we just got this today, but that's our response to these values.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? I don't think we have any questions. Okay, let's bring it back to the board. Any discussion? No questions, any discussion, any motions?
Motion.
Okay.
For the reasons just discussed and discussed throughout this whole meeting, I make a motion to decline to enter into a DP and therefore deny the application for rezoning, and it would be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And I would like to direct the county attorney to draft findings of fact for the board's consideration at a future meeting on this matter.
Second.
That is my motion.
Okay, the motion, second by Commissioner Delaney. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Is the applicant, so he doesn't have to speak.
Okay. All right. Okay. Pardon me? Yes, it was a denial. So. Okay, our next item, we have you're welcome. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your input. Okay, H5, Stephen Douglas. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Item H5 is C. Stephen Douglas request a zoning classification change from TR-2 with a BDP to AGR with removal of existing BDP under application 25Z00047 located in District 3.
Okay.
C. Stephen Douglas. Yeah, I'm trying to get the zoning reclassified from a TR2, which has a binding development plan, to a AGR. Mainly because I have property to the south, a farming operation, and this would just extend it to a certain point. I want to put up a building to put the hay and machinery in and stuff.
Okay, I think you're in good shape here.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
The motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
H6, we have one card.
H6, Kimberly Smith.
Item H6 is Clinton Smith and Kimberly Smith request a zoning classification change from RU-1-7 to SR under application 25Z00048 located in District 3.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Smith. We own our property at 9080 Central Avenue in Micco, sorry. We are here to request a rezoning from RU-17 with a existing FLU of residential 2 to a zoning of SR. The property we've owned since 2016, it's vacant land. It's 2.26 acres, and we're looking to build a single home on it. Right now, we have a permit that's trying to go through the process.
Okay. Any questions, any discussions, any motion?
I'll second.
Motion second and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Thank you. Okay, we now have H7.
Item H7 is Lazy River Investments LLC request a zoning classification change from RU-1-13 to AUL under application 25Z00049 located in District 3.
I'm David Bastarkey. I'm partner of Lazy River Investments LLC. And we're requesting a zoning from the RU-1-13, which is 13 units per acre, total of 264 units on the 20.39 acres, to AU Light, which would be 8 units. Our proposed plat would be 7 units, a reduction of 257 units. This AU Light will be consistent with the FLUM, established in 1988, Res 1, 2.5 2.5.
Okay. And you're David?
Yes, I'm David.
Okay, I have your card, and have Lorraine, are you representing both?
Pardon me?
We have Lorraine.
Lorraine, yes. She's going to speak, I guess.
Okay, all right, good.
Oh, this is another David.
Oh, is there another? I only
There's two
have
Davids.
one David. Do we have two? Are we missing a card?
David, I guess you're up. Is it David?
What's your last name, David?
Connor.
Oh, David. Okay, I missed that.
Yeah,
Wrong
sorry.
David.
Too many Davids around, I guess. My name is David Connor. I live in Miko off of Mockingbird Road, which is just to the west of the property that David is trying to develop. And my wife and I are totally for the development of it as per what he's going to do with it. And it's going to enhance the neighborhood, which is what I like about it, because he's taken a 22-acre property and dividing it into 7 buildable acres, which gives it 2.5 acres and bigger, which is nice. So the density is going to be pretty low for that area, which also won't increase the traffic by that much. So we're pretty happy about it, and he has a good reputation about doing with building and stuff. So he does a nice job. So we just moved up here from Jupiter, so we're kind of in the know on some good builders and stuff like that. So he fits the criteria, and we're for it. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Lorraine.
Good evening, Commissioners. Lorraine DeMontney. I am a 24-year resident of Miko, resident of Brevard County since 1977. I've been before this, my earring fell out. I've been before this board several times to speak on matters of zoning. I've also been through the process myself years ago, and I am a strong advocate for private property rights. So I followed this request that he's made. He's been before this board several times with regards to this particular parcel. His change is going to actually lower the density, which is a good thing for our neighborhood. I'd hate for to have 100+ homes go there or something else. So the Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended approval several times, including this time. I don't feel like the previous District 3 commissioner treated the applicant fairly. So I'm looking to Commissioner Atkinson to support him on this application, and along with the other members. And I feel like the building department, when it comes to development, they are the ones who govern what happens. And there are already procedures and policies in place to enforce what can be done. So I think this is a great thing for our community, and I'm here in support of it, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, I think that's, nope. That's all our cards, so.
And you already had your time?
Did you have anything else you'd like to say?
I don't need any more time.
Okay, all right, good. Okay. Do we have any questions? Any comment?
Yes, I do. So I was wondering, Billy and Trina, if you guys could speak to the development and where we are with how many, at this point, how many units could go on that site as it stands right now?
As it stands right now, 2.
2. Okay, so 2 units at this point. If we grant this, how many units can go on that site?
8 units.
Okay. Can you also let me know from the tentative plan that I know is not binding, that was submitted? We have 2 or 3 of the units that he is considering building in the coastal high hazard area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, 3.
3. Do we have septic or sewer available in that area? What would he have to do?
Sewer is not available in that area. He would need a septic system.
Okay. And in order to build these properties, do we have to bring in fill?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me any idea what that fill could possibly do to the neighbors who are new to the area?
So some of his elevations are very low in those areas, so staff estimates that he would need to bring in about 3 to 4 feet of fill. He needs to be at a base flood elevation of at least 6.3. And so again, with some of his elevations being about 2.5, bringing in that fill, what that will do is when the storm surge comes up, that will distribute that water outward.
To the
and that
sides.
may impact the neighbors.
Right. Those are my only questions.
Okay.
If you want to open it up to comments and conversation.
Are there any other questions? I do have a question. The Planning and Zoning Board approved this. What was the vote? Do you recall?
Unanimous.
I believe
It was unanimous.
I believe it was 7, wasn't it 7 to 7? No, oh, this one was unanimous, sorry, excuse me.
Now, has this request been heard before by the commission?
Yes, sir, it has, I believe 2 or 3 times, and the previous time, Planning and Zoning Board also approved it unanimously. And
How about the commission, though, on the commission level?
the commission vote denied it, and then a finding of facts was done, and the resolution was recorded.
So what was that finding of fact in denial? Do you recall?
In 2021, I don't recall the vote count, but it was based on the reasons that were just stated. The evidence presented was that because the properties were in a coastal high hazard area, and Objective 7 requires us to direct density outside of the coastal high hazard area, direct development outside of the coastal high hazard area. The thought was that there was an increase in the number of units that was buildable within the coastal high hazard area. And at the time, Mr. Denninghoff, the former assistant county manager, opined that there was a risk without modeling that it could have a detrimental impact on the neighbors.
If this is approved, would it establish a negative precedent or a dangerous precedent? This question. Or Morris or Billy.
You know, the application of the policy to direct development out of the coastal high hazard area, generally that's interpreted to apply to comp plan changes that increase the future land use map density. In this case, you have an application that, at least based on the non-binding plan presented, would allow for 3 units in the coastal high hazard area, where right now the maximum you could achieve are 2, so it's clearly increasing actual units within the coastal high hazard area, but I don't know that I would consider that to be precedential or
Okay.
binding on the board in a future similar circumstance.
Okay,
I may.
thank you. It's very helpful. Yes.
So I actually spoke to one of my representatives on P&Z, and it was very interesting to me that for whatever reason, he did not understand that very simple fact that currently 2 units would be allowed, and that if this is approved, 8 would be allowed. My representative did not understand that on P&Z, and I don't know why, because generally, we want our future land use to match up with zoning. That's what we want to do. But in this case, and I think that this property can be developed, so we're not worried about, stomping on rights of people who want to build on their property, because I believe that's really important. But I think it's also our responsibility to protect our water. And so if we can build outside of the coastal high hazard, especially since we're talking about septic tanks at this point, then I could support this. But I can't support this application as it is today. So therefore, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Second.
There's a motion tonight and a second by Delaney. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying. Normally no, but I'll let you come and say a few words. Because I think you had plenty of time left in what we allotted. You spoke within your time.
I've done some research, and I've seen numerous houses have been built in the coastal high hazard area recently. In fact, there's 2 that have been on the Sebastian River recently that are in the coastal high hazard area. There's 10 on Brevard County side where I'm proposing to build the houses. And there's only going to be 3 on my development plan is not binding at this time. 2 of them are on the highest area, which is 3.5 feet elevation, and 1 is 400 feet back because there's wetlands in front of that area. And I don't know where she's coming up. I'm a builder of 41 years experience. I've lived here for 69 years. I don't know where she's coming up with this enormous amount of fill. At 3.5 feet, I have to go up to 6.5 feet to get out of the flood. The finished floor elevation has to be. If I put those houses on stem wall, all I have to do is slope from 3.5 feet. I have to get a 6-inch slope in 10 feet. So I don't know where she's coming up with this enormous amount of fill that I'm going to be bringing in. That's going to be very minimal. And the one house, do you have the plan that I presented? The one house that is closest to the neighbor is going to be about 400 feet back because there's wetlands. There's wetlands in that area that it's going to force the houses to stay back unless so for some reason, want to pay to mitigate those wetlands out. But I have the 2 houses that have recently been built there that are in the coastal high hazard area, if you'd like to see those. I also have all the neighbors I talked to that 90% approved of what I was doing. I also have all the houses. This is Lazy River. This is Mockingbird Lane, which is RU1-13 half-acre lots. All the houses, these were all 10-acre parcels at one time. All these houses have been rezoned to AU. All these lots to the west of my property. If you'd like to see that, I can bring that up. Also, the septic tanks. Brevard County now requires all septic tanks to be nitrogen reducing, which will reduce total nitrogen 79% with a 15% for soil reduction. It gives a 6% nitrogen output. 7 houses at 6% is 42% of what one house would have been. This is nowhere near, it would not even be equal to one house what was before when I proposed this back in 2021. If you'd like to see this information, I can give it. I don't know where the septic tank problem is coming up, but with the new, every lot now in Palm Bay, everywhere in Brevard County is now required to have nitrogen reducing septic tanks put in. These are reducing it to 6% nitrogen output. So we're coming up with less than one house of output of what I would have had in 2021. Also, everybody keeps saying direct out of it. The statute says limit densities. There's 5.1 acres of coastal high hazard area. That's 222,156 square feet. My 3 house pads, if they were 7,000 square foot pads, would equal 21,000 square feet, which is a less than 10% impact on that coastal high hazard area. In fact, the house to the east is partway into what is not coastal high hazard area, where I show it planned. So I don't know where all this calculations are coming from. I would like to see the calculations of actually how much I'm going to impact the river, because I don't believe I'm going to raise the river 1/100th of an inch by these pads that are coming up. And in fact, if they want to know what happens, I live right next door. What floods our property when hurricanes come, they release C-54 Canal Dam, and they let millions of gallons of water come down that river, and the opposing forces flood our properties. And I've been there 22 years. It's never come up above my dock. So that's at about 3 feet above. So I don't know how we're coming up with this impact that they're saying I'm going to have, but I would like to see the calculations, is what I'd like to see.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Thank you. I have a question of staff. We're not saying you can't build in the coastal high area. You're saying we have a policy to not increase densities. And my concern about precedent, and I appreciate the comment, But maybe my point is that I think we need to be consistent. We kind of get on a slippery slope when we start allowing exceptions. That's a pretty important policy that we have.
He could, as a matter of right, build 2 units within the coastal high hazard area right now. There's
Okay.
nothing that prevents that. What he's requesting would allow a third as planned on his non-binding drawing, but up to 8 units, and how that is configured ultimately would be up to him in meeting the applicable land development regulations, but certainly at least one more than
Okay.
what would be allowed now.
All right. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion on the floor? And a second. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to, I'll let you have it. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Applet A8. Welcome, A.
H8 is 100 Flug Avenue LLC, represented by Bruce Moia, requests a zoning classification change from BU1 to RU215 under application 25Z00050, located in District 5.
I don't think we have any cards opposed, and I'm for it. So
Okay.
a motion to approve would be in order.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion
I think
carries.
the clerk was unclear, so let's say he made the motion, and I second it, okay? Okay.
Oh, I made the motion?
Oh, did you make the motion?
I think.
I think you said a motion was
The
in
chairman.
order.
In order.
Okay, you did. I think you said it would be in order, and
And you made the motion, or did?
Commissioner Goodson.
Goodson made the
and then
motion.
I second.
Th-
Okay,
and
all right. Just
Feltner
for the
second.
sake
Okay,
of-
yeah,
sake of-
okay,
the
good.
sake of the clerk.
All right,
Sorry.
good, thanks. Okay, item H9, Landon Sheets.
Item H9 is Eric D. and Pamela S. Martin Trust, being represented by Landon Scheer. Request a
Scheer.
zoning classification change from BU-1 to BU-1 and BU-2 under application 25Z00051, located in District 2.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion. Brilliant presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. H10, Blair Foster.
Item H10
Foster.
is Blair Foster, Foster Family Living Trust. Request a zoning classification change from GU to SR under application 25Z00053, located in District 5.
Good evening.
Yes.
I am trying to rezone this. It's general use at the moment, and it came to our attention that that's 5 acres. And for me to do anything on that property, SR is what everybody has around me, and I just want to be consistent so I can move forward with anything we'd like to do in the future.
I think a motion to approve would be in order.
I'll make the motion, sir.
Motion is second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item H12.
Item H12 is Beverly Jean Richardson, being represented by Angel Myers. Requests a zoning classification change from RU-1-9 to RU-2-4 under application 25Z00055, located in District 1.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
There's a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Well, good evening and
Great.
thank you.
Well done.
Have a good
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay. Item H13 and H14. We have quite a few cards here. Okay. Yeah, we'll have staff present it. And then we'll have
Item H13 is Jacob Faune, requests a small-scale comprehensive plan application under 25S.14 to change the future land use designation from Res 1 to Res 2. Application is 25SS00008. This is located in District 1. I'm also going to read into the record H14. This is a companion application. Jacob Foune requests a zoning classification change from SR with a BDP to SR with removal of the existing BDP and addition of a new BDP under application 25Z 00037 located in District 1 and will need separate motions.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the board last heard this at its last zoning meeting. The board had voted to continue it to have Mr. Foune research with his title company. He did provide a letter. I just wanted to make you aware of that, since I know there was a lot of changes to the agenda in the last few days, a lot of extra documents being added. So Mr. Foune did provide a letter as requested. It states that this situation is excluded from his title policy.
All right. So I've gone to the title company, like you said. I've sent you all their response. They're not responsible for my certain issue. And I've also contacted legal help, which was asked in the last meeting. They're aware of my issue, and they feel it is not necessary to get them involved just yet, being that the title company was able to write me that letter. I'd also like to remind everyone that I've done everything by the book. I got my survey, I've turned in my permit, got that accepted. I've also had my pre-plumbing, concrete, and time beam inspection all passed. I was then stopped in the middle of block, but I asked if I could finish the block, being that I can pay the block guy and also get that filled. I was allowed to do that after being stopped. And I was allowed to get that done after being stopped, because this was supposed to be sorted out in a couple days. Months later, I have since paid $2,400 for the rezoning fee, and it's been nearly 8 months since I have since it's been shut down. I'd also like to state that in the staff report that I'm going to have no impact on any flooding of whatsoever. Like I said, I've done everything by the book, and that's that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have more cards, and if we have any questions, we can ask after we're here. Eric, and you're going to have to pronounce like Paglialona, Logna, Eric? P-A-G. Okay. Okay, Eric waves this time. Ed Ostapovich.
How are you guys this evening? A few things for you. So evidently I didn't make enough copies, so.
We can share. We can share.
So good evening. Appreciate you guys allowing us to speak tonight, and hopefully we can get this ironed out so everyone's happy, including the property owner. Let me turn this on here. Does that do it? Oh, no. That did, okay. So Ed Ostapovich, 5175 International Avenue, and I got it upside down. Bear with me, sorry guys. Top. I'm still wrong. There we go. Good Lord. So, on behalf of the neighbors and the community, we have gathered to contest over this mistake and error for the zoning of this parcel, starting out as a BDP and continuing with the building. The size of the parcel in relation to the square footage of the foundation creates an excessive amount of runoff. For the required road grade elevation, it is pretty high. I've got a picture in here for us to look at. And not to mention, this parcel is a 0.45 acre and under that required half acre variations. And based on that first picture, you guys saw the plat map there, shows a road right-of-way or a more or less an agreement for a driveway for the guy in the back. Based on this zoning piece here, this is another little tangent to basically the attention that was given to this parcel before building. Off today's printer. And as stated, you can see here there, your picture probably does you more justice there, but the guy's gated road is right in line with the property coming out to the roadway, and they're going to share this apron and driveway. So nothing has been identified as far as any legal matters that would protect the gentleman in the back. So now, getting into the runoff based on the elevation, there is nowhere for the property to perk. So because of the drastic runoff to the ditches and the low-lying areas, this parcel will not accept any perk. The absorption to this property is all but nil. And you can see here the runoff and the washout that has been filled in probably 5 or 6 good times. We'll go with the conservative side and say at least 4. But not there every day to verify, but I did take these pictures after a pretty drastic rainstorm we had. So there's the back side of the property. You can see the road, the grade itself. There is no retention, there is nothing. So this is the neighbors, the gentleman in the back, it's his driveway. This is 3 weeks after the latest major rain we had. I think it was a 6 or 8 inch accumulation total. This gentleman, because of all the rain from the summer, was flooded out so badly he was using a UTV, which is a lot taller than an ATV, to get to his own property. He's parking on the road. So this piece of property didn't perk anymore. So now it's actually flooding out the whole, and didn't used to do that until this showed up. So pressing forward, the layout of the parcel foundation is not in character of the surrounding homes that have followed the zoning guidelines for this area, which is 1.5 to 2.5 acres, depending on the previous zoning, not the 0.45 that we're looking at right now. The parcel zone identified required, and that is being required. The violation that violated the binding development plan per the county zoning department before any future structures could be built. So the identified errors become an impact to every homeowner dealing with flooding because of properties like this, adding to the ditches and canals versus having enough property to allow good filtration and adequate soil absorption. This perk is what gives us clean natural water. I mean, that's what we all thrive on. We actually, literally, we'll use an RO system. It's not bad water, a little bit of iron, but for the most part, it's drinkable, very potable, right out of the well. So with that being said, the perk is what gives us clean, natural, filtered water and weighs heavy to keep river and salt intrusion away from the well caverns. Previous zoning and engineering knew how critical this land was, and I'm going back to probably the 60s. So I appreciate your time, but didn't I get 10 minutes on this? Only 5? Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, but for the most part, you can kind of see where we're at here. And my time got absorbed by passing out. Alrighty. There's more.
She did stop it.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
I have a question.
Shoot.
Okay.
I was wondering the discrepancy between the property appraiser's form of 0.45 and the staff report that says 0.54.
That was pulled from today, just to verify nothing had changed.
So, Commissioner, we don't use the property appraiser for the acreage. We go by the survey, and he did include a certified survey done by Holly and Associates that certifies the property as 0.54 acres.
Do we know how large the original parcel was?
1.34, I believe.
Stating back to 2022 when it was picked up by, and I don't mean to interrupt, but picked up by Minnick. It was a large parcel that was broke up, and he basically hoodwinked the system, moving land around, and this was the resulting end piece of property from that parcel being cut up.
And so I'm wondering what the other property is claiming to be.
I think it's currently 0.84, but if you give me a moment, I'll verify that.
And that adds to the, basically the shenanigans that this contractor, that'd be Minnick and White, have done to the northern part of the community for the last 20 years. Never had any issues with flooding until the last 5 years, but that's fine. We got a lot more people with a lot better information.
I think we got more cards here. Clifford McKnight.
So, Commissioner, I'm going to state this, but with caution. What we have noted as the original parcel being 1.34 acres. However, we don't have a certified survey to, really back that up. So again, 1.34 is what we think it is, and his parcel certified survey 0.54 acres.
All right, my name's Cliff McKnight. First, a little backstory. Golden Shores is less than a mile long from end to end. This is primarily a horse country community. We have the North Brevard Horsemen's Club at the end of the road. We have horse trails to the north. All the homes along this road are an acre or more of land zoned R1 or AU, with the exception of the houses right at US 1. Now, my son, my brother-in-law, my in-laws, my wife and I all live on this road, and I have spoke with over 50% of the people on this road. There's nobody that I've talked to that is for this. The primary argument has been focused on flooding, and we do have a flooding issue, and the house will create new challenges for the area, and they should be addressed. The bigger picture here is this house is being built illegally. All parties involved need to be held accountable. What we do not need is to change the new BDP when the last one didn't prevent this from happening. Why should we believe a new BDP will help? Just because it's on fresh ink on a new piece of paper, and when it dries and it gets filed, it'll be forgotten, the precedent will be set, and we'll find ourselves going through this process again. The house is also being built on a lot that is illegally split. It's too small for its current land use of Res 1, wants to change to Res 2. Regarding accountability, Scott Minnick, who is a licensed realtor, sold this property. As you can see from the construction plans provided, Scott is also the contractor heavily involved in this build. He's listed as a contractor on the truss layout, truss engineering plans, soil density test, and the energy efficiency code for the building construction. Now, Jacob Foune, who is listed as the owner builder, is someone we're supposed to take pity on because he's a victim. And yes, he is a victim, but he is also a pawn in this fiasco. As an owner builder, one would expect him to answer simple questions about the build. However, at the local planning zoning meeting on November 17th, when asked if he went through a realtor, he said no. The guy that sold it is a realtor. When asked who conducted the survey, I don't know. When asked if Minnick helped him in any way, we will see. I hope so. So it's clear that Minnick is practically building this house for him. In the meeting on December 11th, when asked who stamped the plans, again, he don't know. When asked how many square feet the house is, he states 1,600. It's actually 2,240. It's a significant difference when the discussion revolves around flooding. I would provide the actual meeting minutes, but they have not been published yet. As an owner-builder, especially since he claims to be spending his life savings on this, one would think he would know these answers as to where his money's going. He is writing the checks, so to speak. That being said, I find it hard to be empathetic in this situation when all parties involved have been misleading and shady in their practices. The county possibly included might need an audit to clarify this. As property owners, the county holds us accountable with building codes and regulations. When we violate these codes, there is no forgiveness. The county looks out for the masses, not the individual. They levy fines, place liens on the property, until the violations are remedied, including if we build illegally, we tear it down. Now that the county has made another mistake, the answer should not be to cover it up with a variance or make another exception. It should be accountable. These mistakes add up. All these little problems accumulate to create big issues that we, the constituents, must deal with. I urge that you do the right thing, hold all parties accountable, and deny the zoning and future land use for the people you're elected to represent. The county did not let Jacob down. The county let us down. Please do not detract from our community. I have a minute, so a couple things on 0.45 acres. It started off 0.45 acres. The landscape requirement, all that was applied, 0.45 acres. Landscape land clearing, 0.54 acres. State Department site evaluation system, started off 0.45 acres, now 0.55 acres. We got 3, we can't even come to a conclusion of how many acres this is. That is my time. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
What were those things that you were holding up? Do we have copies of those?
You can have all the copies of it. Here is landscape requirement.
Thank you.
And landscape clearing affidavit. And sewage treatment.
And so what you're saying is that there's 3 different numbers on here.
You have 3 different numbers on 3 different.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mike Beegler.
Here, I'll give you all this. That's a license for Minnick. He's a realtor and a contractor, and the address is what I'm pointing out. That's where he lives. He's a homeowner builder, and my name's Mike Bigler. Thank you for letting me speak. He does a lot of homeowner builder throughout our neighborhood, and he gets things changed. He built a house just down the road for a lovely person that's here tonight. And I just don't know about his homeowner builder stuff and how he gets things passed, okay? He built the house down the road for me, and he supposedly built it for himself. Well, if you're building it homeowner builder, you have to live there for a year before you can sell it. Well, he wasn't planning on living there, okay? Because nobody in their right mind fills up the septic tank with so much grease that the new homeowner has to have it pumped out so they can move in, and it ain't even a year old. So there's also other things. This new homeowner, which he refuses to get to with, this is the shower. How do you work this thing, y'all? This is the shower. It's taped up. That's one shower. Here's another shower. Look at that. You see that where it's circled there? That's where the shelf is for the stone. They caulked it in. And I'm pointing this out for Mr. Foune too, because I got some pictures here, because I wouldn't want a house that he builds. That's supposed to be grouted. He caulks it. So there's 2 brand new showers that aren't even a year old that they can't even use. Another thing the builder does, this right here is your hood vent. He vented right in the attic, not through the roof. You're supposed to vent that through the roof, some kind of a builder. Then the lovely homeowners take me right up the stairs. I couldn't get up there. It was kind of tough, but I insisted on going in. First thing I see is the nailing. They're not even in. The very first thing I see. This is over on the other side. This is right over on the other side over here. That's just right in that little area. I wonder who that inspector was. So anyways, then for Mr. Foune, because I know that everybody is feeling bad for the kid, but I don't understand is why he don't feel bad for himself. I would be outraged if this was me. He's not showing any emotions because he is a pawn. So here are them trusses that he's talking about. Why the heck would you want those trusses, those bananas on your brand new house? They're bananas now. They're shaped in a banana. And like my other partner says, the drainage, okay, the drainage coming out of here, I guarantee you that floor is going to crack. So I don't know what kind of floor system you're going to put in, but it's all undermined. Guess what? You better cover your tracks. That's filled in the dirt after the drainage. Oh, we better get back there and cover that up. So the thing about it is everything's wrong about this situation. The permit was wrong. Everything has been wrong. And also, that's the only house on our street that's in front of another house. Every house on our street has the view of the street except for that. Thank you guys very much. And I'm against this, and I hope you all are too. And it has nothing to do with Jacob Foune.
Sean Bohannon.
Hello, good evening. Sean Bohannon. I live on 3600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Mims, 32754. I'm going to read you something from someone who wasn't able to be here tonight, who's a resident on Golden Shores, as well as I'm going to give you my own, hopefully, 45-second opinion. Okay? The bottom line is this should never have been issued. That's just the rules, okay, without getting an exception in the first place. Okay? We need to know who or how or what or why that occurred. So that needs to be an audit. It needs to be done by the county because obviously the county is the one that issued the permit that is inappropriate. Okay, so that's number one. I am very empathetic for Mr. Foune. If there are any monies, because it's the county's mistake, sure, we can pay him back. But I want a full fiduciary forensic accounting and audit of all of these transactions, from who and where and what and how and why. There's just too many things overlapping here, which we have seen on all the records that are available and some that are not available on the property appraiser site and on the state records. Something is wrong. But finally, so this is from my friend, Stephanie Knight. In regard to the property located at 4060 Golden Shores Boulevard, it is my request that you deny the approval of the rezoning due to the illegal split of the property on a previously issued BDP. There appears to be either a systemic loophole that requires immediate review or correction or significant oversight within the relevant departments, specifically permitting and property appraisal related to property splits, adverse possession claims, and the issuance of permits for properties that should not have been approved. By the way, Seminole County previously issued permit for a swimming pool constructed in a front yard in direct violation of their requirements. The error resulted in a conflict, and within the past month, a $40,000 settlement has been funded by the taxpayers due to the mistakes within the permitting department. Settlement was issued to avoid potential litigation from the error, an outcome that could occur in this situation. This matter reflects a departmental error that should be acknowledged, corrected, and addressed in the appropriate manner with accountability. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the formal audit be conducted of both the property appraiser's office and the permitting department to prevent these issues, because becoming a habitual occurrence in our area. It is both time-consuming and deeply frustrating to repeatedly raise these concerns at public meetings after the fact, particularly when the preventable errors continue to be approved and overlooked by the departments responsible. These practices must be corrected to restore public confidence and ensure compliance moving forward. Furthermore, I respectfully ask that the consideration be given to supporting Commissioner Katie's votes within her district. She has demonstrated genuine effort to listen to and advocate for the residents who elected her. It is disheartening to see when voices of other districts are consistently overridden by commissioners that do not represent the other districts, thereby diminishing the will of the constituents and the ones she serves. When an issue does not pertain to her assigned district, she generally votes in alignment with the other commissioners. It would be reasonable to expect the same consideration for District 1. Thank you, Stephanie Knight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Lennon, just bear with me. I'm Laney? Laney. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you did. Okay, there you go.
Okay, and I am signed up for both H13 and H14, however that works here tonight.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is David Laney, and I don't have to talk as fast now since I think I have 10 minutes. My name is David Laney. I live at 3800 Sam's Lane in Scottsmore, Florida. I've been following the issue regarding the building permit request and then issued at 4060 Golden Shores, and subsequent discovery that the county had erroneously issued a building permit. And the owners, Jacob Foune, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, I'm trying here. Jacob Foune's request for rezoning Res 1 to Res 2 and removal of BDP on the problem. Now, Mr. Foune asserts that he had no knowledge at the time he bought the property from Mr. Minnick that there was a BDP on the property. It's appropriate to note that Mr. Minnick cannot claim ignorance of the BDP since he's the one who agreed to and willingly encumbered the property with the BDP to start with. So some predicates to this argument. First, by the time I get finished, I believe we will agree to accept Mr. Foune's assertion that at no time prior to him submitting the invalid building permit for 4060 Golden Shores was he aware that the property had been and still is encumbered by illegal BDP. Secondly, we'll agree that Joseph S. Minnick was fully aware of the BDP on 4060 Golden Shores Boulevard since he was the one who placed it on the property, so he was fully aware at the time of sale. And as already been noted, he is real estate. We'll get back to that. At the time Mr. Minnick sold the property to Mr. Jacob Foune, Mr. Minnick failed to disclose this encumbrance in the form of legally binding BDP on the property. Mr. Foune, being unaware of the BDP at the time of his purchase, as he asserts, then submitted a building permit not knowing it would constitute an invalid application. We agree a BDP on the property does constitute an encumbrance on the property, and the reason that is so is we go for the definition of encumbrance, and this is from the Brevard County Clerk. Any lien or liability attached to real property held by someone other than the owner that restricts its use or diminishes its value. There is a lien that is attached to this as such in the form of BDP, and it's held by someone other than the owner of the property. It's held by Brevard County. Brevard County has the BDP that is registered. Okay, failure to disclosure. Let's talk about that a bit. Johnson versus Davis, and this kind of gets back to Commissioner Altman's comment to Katie, I think, in the last meeting that caveat emptor no longer applies. Well, to a certain degree it does not, and that's because of Johnson versus Davis, 1985 Florida Supreme Court. The seller must have knowledge of the encumbrance and still fail to reveal it. Mr. Minnick absolutely had full knowledge of the encumbrance. Again, he's the one that placed the BDP on the property, and he failed to reveal it at the time of sale. So Mr. Minnick had full knowledge that his property was encumbered since he was the one that placed it. That constitutes fraudulent concealment and actually is a civil violation and a misdemeanor, and that's just to get started. So Mr. Foune, in discussion with you at the last meeting, Mr. Foune replied that he had no real estate agent because he bought the property directly from the owner. Real estate agent, I believe, was in fact Mr. Minnick. Either he or his son through Land Shark Realtors, or it may have been just directly that he purchased it from the owner himself. However, Mr. Foune did state that he has title insurance. Now, I heard the letter. I didn't exactly get the content of it, but I think it said that his property was not covered, something to that content by the letter. I suspect the reason it is, that was what would have been stated, is there was no real actual title insurance. I'm absolutely confident that Fidelity National would have discovered a binding BDP if they'd done a full title search. They're an international company, very well renowned. But I think I can tell you maybe why he didn't get title insurance. Okay, just a moment here. I suggest that was perhaps he was told he did not need it and shouldn't spend the money on the title insurance. The reason for that is what I just handed out to you. If you take a look at the warranty deed of title, which I provided you, the highlighted areas, instrument 10079/2366, as recorded by Brevard Property Appraiser Site and as attested to by Joseph S. Minnick and Chelsea A. Minnick, 1968 Turpentine Road. If you look at the highlighted paragraphs, what do you find? You find that Mr. Minnick and his wife attested that, as the grantor hereby covenants with said grantee, and that this said property is free of all encumbrances, except taxes occurring subsequent. He was fully aware it was encumbered. It had a BDP. He is the one that placed it on the property. Now, here becomes another thing for Mr. Foune, and really where we're going to get to next. Under Florida State Statute, say 31.02, uttering a false or forged deed with intent to defraud, that's punishable by prison time, fines, and restitution. I'm going to get to the answer to your question, sir, in the last meeting when you asked, how is Mr. Foune to be made whole on this property? I feel very, very badly for him because I, too, believe he is a victim. I believe he is a total innocent victim because I'm going to continue to believe his assertion that he had no knowledge of the BDP at the time he bought the property or at the time that he submitted that building permit. So, so that's kind of going to be in response to your question, where does he get his justice? But he gets his justice not by the county becoming party to a fraudulent activity by setting aside the existing BDP on the property and allowing Mr. Minnick to complete his fraud. In fact, Mr. Foune's restitution lies in him seeking full restitution for damages from Mr. Scott Minnick, who fraudulently represented the property and sold it to him at 4060 Golden Fords. It is not the county's responsibility. Now we have to go a little bit here on determining who is at fault if it's not the county. Well, first of all, 5 requisites to conduct a fraud. First, a false statement. Mr. Minnick issued a false statement in the form of a false warranty deed. Mr. Foune arguably would never have purchased the property if he had known there was a binding BDP on the property. Second, didn't Mr. Minnick have knowledge that it was issuing a false? Absolutely, he knew it was issuing this false property deed. No question about that. What was the intent? I think Mr. Minnick intended to dupe, trick, or deceive the victim in order to gain advantage and get him to buy the property. Additionally, reliance. Was there reliance established? Was the victim, Mr. Foune, justifiably relied on the false statement and assertions made by Mr. Minnick? Was there injury? Absolutely. The victim suffered actual damage and loss. Point being here, what are those 5 criteria? Those are the 5 criteria for fraud. Those are the 5 criteria which are fully satisfied to demonstrate an intent of fraud on the part of Mr. Minnick. Now, additional things to discuss, and why I say this is not the county's responsibility. Yes, there was a building permit that was issued erroneously, but it was not the county's fault. The county is not at fault in that. And we'll go a little quasi-judicial, so we'll go a little quasi-legal here regarding who is at fault and responsible. If not for Mr. Minnick's failure to disclose an encumbrance on the property, Mr. Foune would not have purchased the property. If not for Mr. Minnick issuing a false warranty deed, Mr. Foune would not have submitted a fraudulent building permit. If not for Mr. Minnick issuing a false warranty deed, the individual building permit application would not have been approved by the county erroneously. If not for Mr. Scott Minnick's actions, we would not be here tonight discussing this. If not for Mr. Minnick's actions, Mr. Foune would not be before this commission asking for a legally binding BDP to be set aside and asking the property to be rezoned to accommodate Mr. Scott Minnick's plan to build on a non-buildable lot. And even then, the property didn't meet the zoning to flume requirements. However, the new owner did submit the invalid permit And I believe Mr. Minnick, and this is his personal opinion, and this is somewhat informed by past involvements with these folks, I suspect that, and again, personal opinion, Mr. Minnick fully realized it would be a false building permit, but he also realized that if it came before the county would have sympathy for Mr. Foune, as do I. However, it's not the county's fault that they erroneously issued this permit, and it's not the county's responsibility to try to make Mr. Foune whole on this. His avenue to make him whole lies in, back with the lawyer, as I believe it was Commissioner Feltner who asked him, did he have a legal representation? And if not, he should probably consider it. Okay. So none of this would have happened except for Mr. Scott Minnick's action to conceal the binding BDP on the property that he entered into. Mr. Scott Minnick is culpable and responsible for every adverse consequence that Mr. Foune and his wife has experienced in the efforts to build a home at 4060 Golden Shores. Couple of quick answers. The reason they come up with different calculations on the property size is because if you do the calculation based on the warranty deed that was filed with the property appraiser's office, you come up with the 0.5, and that's setting aside 25 feet north, south, east, westerly for 145 feet and 195 feet reserved for the observed right-of-ways that are encumbering that property. So that's where you get that. I think what the county is going with is gross, not net square footage on the plat. Let's see. I'll probably stop there. That's good enough. So anyway, I think the obvious thing that you guys should be doing is now making a motion to deny this. This is not the county's fault. It's an error that was made because of a gap that exists in the administrative processes and procedures of Brevard County. But it would never have happened if there had not been an erroneous, false building permit issued. And by the way, the warranty deed, I think if you look at legal aspects of it, you will find that because it is inaccurate and false statements in it, it is going to be rendered null and void. And it's possible, in fact, that legally Mr. Foune has never owned the property. Just a thought. But anyway, I have to speak to the county attorney about that. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay. Very thorough. Appreciate your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Okay,
point out something
yes.
just real quick? I mean, there were dock stamps. That's okay. That's not a question. There were dock stamps collected on it. So there's been a conveyance on the warranty deed. So
Yeah, I'm
as
not
far
saying
as-
that there's not a conveyance in the legally deed, but when it goes to legal consideration, if there was a false statement asserted and contained within the legally deed, that will invalidate the legality of the deed itself, I believe. But all to be found out, not by me, but by Mr. Foune's lawyer. Thank you.
We have one more card. Jared Adkins. Jared Adkins.
I think it's cruel to ask me to follow that, so I'm going to just waive that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all our cards. So we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Yes?
So I looked on, and I know that you said that we don't go by the property appraiser, but from the number that you had said earlier, the 1.34, the property that's the long piece of property that this property got split off from is 0.98, or I'm sorry, 0.89, and if you subtract that, it's 0.45.
Again, the survey that he submitted, which was done by Holly and Associates, states on there that it's 0.54. And that's what we go by.
Are surveys ever wrong?
It's a certified survey. The surveyor is certifying that the information is correct.
So Mr. Laney was talking about the driveway and gross versus, I forget what the other word was, the way, net. So what's the difference there in calculating? And do we have policy to determine how that's?
I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, if to answer that question, we happen to have an expert on staff in the back there. I'm going to ask him to come up if you don't mind. Paul, would you mind coming up?
Hello, I'm Paul Bodie, planner. What was your questions, though?
Commissioner Delaney, would you mind repeating that? Sorry.
Sure. So when the last speaker was up, he was talking about there's two different ways to calculate the size of the lot, net or gross. And so I'm guessing it has to do with the right-of-way and the driveway that's going to the flag lot versus,
I would have to look at the legal description and go through it and calculate it by the legal description, and I'm sure that that's what Mr. Holly did.
So this right here, would you mind taking a look at that? I think that's the survey.
It looks like he's got it calculated, taking out the right-of-way here, and it's calculated by how the corners are set. He says it's vacant 0.545 acres. So he has the right-of-way taken out on his calculation.
Did we vacate a right-of-way?
There is I believe there's a right-of-way in between the
right-of-way
two
is
parts, but he's
on
taking
he-
it out, so.
Yeah, the right-of-way is taken out, and it shows it's 50-foot right-of-way.
So in other words, Commissioner, that was not included in the .54 calculations.
No, he doesn't include it in here by his survey.
Okay. The square looks like it goes around the right-of-way.
The dark line on the survey, and
Yeah,
then there's points
Right.
in each corner.
Yeah, he's calculating it by the
By the
points.
dotted line?
No, but by the lines that are shown where the property corners are set.
Right, so, but that includes the right-of-way.
No, it doesn't. Well, I'd like to have it on record, but
There's the dark line. Do you see
Yeah.
where it says 190? And then if you look over to your left, there's dashes. From that dark line to the dashes is where that paper roadway would be. So it's not included in that boundary.
I've seen the property appraiser be wrong on how much square footage is in a lot. I had mine calculated wrong before I had them corrected on mine, and it was a platted lot. They were saying it was 45 feet wide, and it's 65 feet.
Well, thank you so much, I appreciate that.
Generally, whenever you turn in something like that, the property appraiser corrects it by the surveyor.
Okay.
Yeah. Only a judge, though, can tell you where your property is and how big it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised. I have not seen a lot of properties get their acreage wrong. That's.
Thank you for that input. Appreciate it.
And so, what I did want to also mention is that this, while the circumstances surrounding this are horrible, of course, this is a horrible situation. But if we allow this new future land use into the area, even if we put a BDP on it that says no one else is, allowed to do this, what happens 30 years from now when none of us are sitting here and this happens again? The only way to ensure that this doesn't happen is if we deny this request. And just like, we've been doing all night, we have to look out for the greater good here of the whole community. It's not just, one horrible situation. This is introducing something that could change the complete outlook of this whole community. Flooding is also a major concern. as we saw in those pictures, you know, there's nowhere for the water to go. And, right. And, well, excuse us, hold on.
Yeah,
So-
we've had our public input.
So the,
If you want to speak, fill out a card. Oh. Have you filled out a card?
he did. He waved.
Oh, you
He
waived? Okay. Go ahead, you can speak.
I've been in Brevard County my whole life. I'm a state certified contractor since 1996.
Will you state your name, please?
I'm a state certified contractor since 1996.
What was your name? I'm sorry.
Eric Paglialonga.
Okay, yeah.
I've been doing construction for 40 plus years in Brevard County. I have owned property in Golden Shores. When my son, he's my son, came to me, I told him the first thing you need to do is make sure, before he purchased this property, make sure that you have approval from the county that you can get a building permit. We've talked about, he didn't have a realtor. He didn't have title insurance. He's got title insurance. We got proof of it right here, and you've got proof of it now, and it's true. We talked to title insurance for 2 weeks on this. So we've talked about how Scott Minnick is crooked. That has nothing to do with what we're here for. We are here to figure out, are we going to prove Jacob to keep this or not? That's what we're here for. We're not here to talk about Scott Minnick. Whatever happened prior to Jacob getting this, that's a whole nother ballpark. Brevard County gave Jacob this permit. When I was in construction, the first thing I would do was I wouldn't trust the realtor, because the realtor's not responsible if they tell you can build on it. I don't trust anybody else. I told Jacob, I said, go to the county, make sure that you can build on this property. He did that. The county said, yes, you can build it. Then he actually purchased the property. That's not what he said. He said he didn't see a realtor. I was a realtor. My advice to him was make sure the county says yes. When the county says yes, then you can go buy the property, because you can legally get a permit. And that is exactly what Jacob did. Now, Jacob is the best kid I've ever seen. He's put his life savings into this house. He's upstanding. I said, Jacob, let's get an attorney. Jacob said, no. He said, I didn't do anything wrong. He said, I did everything that I was supposed to do. Well, let's go through the process. I don't need an attorney. Okay? That's the first thing I said, was get an attorney. And he said no. And when he did talk to the attorney says this should be straightened. You shouldn't even need me, because everything I've seen, it should be straightened out. They've watched the video. He called her. He watched the video, and they said, you really don't need me right now. And we can use the example that the gentleman brought up about Seminole County. He does not want to go to an attorney. He don't want to get an attorney, because who loses when you get an attorney? Everybody. The county will lose. He will lose, because everybody's paying. Someone's going to be at fault. We don't want to do that. It's sad that this has happened, but he did everything he could to get this done. Let's see. Another thing is it's the county's responsibility for this not to happen. It's not anybody else's to come up. It's not a title company to make this not happen. The title company sells property. They don't care who's going to build on it. They don't care what you're going to do with it. They're just telling you that it's free and clear, and that you have a piece of property and it's yours. That's the only thing a title company does. And tell you that, hey, if there's something against it, then don't buy it because there's something against it. You have a policy, and later on, if someone comes against it, that policy says protects you because there's something against it. But that's not what title insurance does. Title insurance says you own a property free and clear. That's it. Some of the comments made, a little disheartening because most of them are not based on fact, they're based on feelings. The reason that was filled in because he's trying to protect the house until he figures out what can be done. Because until you finish a house, it's going to erode all over the place. Everybody knows that. Unless you have your sod, you have your stuff, it's going to erode. And he was trying to protect the pad from washing out from underneath it and not have further complications with the property. Scott is not his contractor. He knows Scott from the business, but he has no relationship with Scott, doesn't talk to Scott, is not Scott's friend. He knows him from construction, period. So anything that's been said is a lie, okay? He said 1,600 living. He said 1,600. He meant living. He was not lying. He was telling you that he said 1,600, and the house is 1,600 living. Can I say two more things?
Yes, go ahead.
So he has no ties to Mark, no relationship, and he has full title policy. So we're here to determine whether we're going to let Jacob proceed or not. That's why we're here. We're not here to discuss anything else. That's it. And I thank you for my consideration.
Thank you. Any question? Wait, did you speak? Oh, you waved as well. I remember you waving. Anybody else waved their time? Just want to, okay.
Jared Atkins, 3000 Sunset in Scottsmore. I kind of just filled out a card in case I came up with something intelligent to say, and I hadn't, but until the last speaker. So I'm going to try to be quick, try to be respectful of your time. I don't think that folks involved with this transaction have been respectful of your time. I think that they think you are all a joke. I think that they think that you're going to fall for this. The fact that there's no relationship with Minnick or Minnick Construction to this project, I would argue that's incorrect. I've got a series of permits in my hand for this address. They were pulled by Minnick Construction. They were handed to you by two people. And the mortgage on the property is being held by the same individual. So that might be something to take into consideration when you're looking at the validity of that argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's all our cards. We'll bring it to the board. I know there are probably a lot of questions here. I know I have some. Did you have anything you'd like to say before? Because
Are we going to go around again? Do you want to let everybody have a chance and then do a second round?
well, I haven't even said anything yet.
Okay.
We haven't even had his first round. No questions, no comments?
Could I
or
ask a
questions?
technical question, just a quick
Yes.
one? Are there houses up there in the immediate area that sit on half-acre lots?
Yes, Commissioner, there are some in the area.
On the same road, over two roads? I mean, is it
There-
within the eyesight of the property?
I couldn't tell you for sure on eyesight. If you give me a minute, I'll pull up the map. But there are multiple parcels in the area of around a half an acre.
Okay, thank you.
One of the speakers tonight has .44, that's going west, but most of the smaller lots tend to, on Golden Shores, are clustered towards US 1. There are a number there that are in the half-acre range, but there is one, in a rock's throw distance from this property, basically, that's under half an acre.
Okay, fair enough.
How were those approved?
It's hard to say without, researching it, but they could be non-conforming lots of record. I see some, a variety of zoning in the area, including RU19. In other words, it's not all RR1. It's a mix of, there's a lot of different zoning classifications in the area. There's a large mix of different things in the area.
Right, but they're non-conforming because the future land use is Res 1.
I would expect that to be the case, yes.
I have questions of the applicant, but I could ask him to come up, just because there was some conflicting information, and just want to clarify, so I can understand. Now, you're the owner builder.
Correct.
This is you're the owner builder.
Correct.
You purchased it. As your dad said, you went to the county to ensure that it was a buildable lot, and they affirmed that. You had plans drawn that are required to be drawn under code, standard building code. Those plans were submitted to the county, where they did extensive review, and they approved those plans.
Right.
You took those plans, you did work, and then you called the county, and you got the required inspections.
Correct.
And you passed those inspections.
Correct.
You did more work, you got inspections, and you passed the inspections. You did everything by the book.
Right.
And the way you're supposed to do things. Commend you for that. I think we should allow you to build your dream home. And I've been in construction for I've been a contractor for nearly 50 years. Haven't practiced the whole time, and I've been in public office for 31 years. We're taught as contractors to follow the law and to act in reliance and respect the local government, the permitting agency. And for us to penalize him for doing what was right at great economic expense to him is so fundamentally wrong. I think this is one of the biggest wrongs I've ever seen. And I feel like we need to give relief. We need to fix this problem. Now, and what will happen? A house on a half-acre lot, that is not going to be detrimental to this community. It's not going to be, it's not like a sewer treatment plant or a nuclear power plant. I mean, this is just a small, I think, an honest mistake that the county made, and this corrects the mistake. But I don't think we should in any way, shape, or form punish this individual for following the rules. By the way, I think we would be violating the law, because if he acted in reliance on the county and he has economic damages, he has a right. We should correct those damages for our mistake. Now, I think we have an easy fix here that doesn't really harm anyone. I don't think we should shunt this off to a courtroom and clog our courts and our laws and cause incredible expense. We should fix it. We should move on. I appreciate what the people are saying, and I do appreciate them wanting to protect their community. But I've seen pictures. You've done a really nice job on that house. It's well done.
I
And
have
so,
a question.
no, I don't think so. I don't think anyone gets penalized. I don't think this house hurts anyone. And I just, that's my opinion, my belief. And I support granting this request and allowing him to move on. I really, really do. I think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering if I could just ask Morris, from your experience, how at risk is the county for this mistake that we made? Should we deny this request?
Not.
Not. Okay, thank you.
What do you mean by not?
I have no concern about liability related to the issuance of the building permit. The law is pretty clear that estoppel doesn't apply. He clearly didn't know and understand, but legally should have been on notice of things like the binding development plan of record that's referenced in the exclusions to his title policy and things like that. So I'm not concerned about monetary or fiscal liability. I don't think that should drive the board's decision, but I think all the other points made were well received, but I wouldn't say that the county has financial liability legally.
I will have to say that, one of the last speakers said our decision tonight is whether or not we let the applicant continue on or not. And I disagree. I think that what our decision tonight is to change the face of this neighborhood or not. And that is what we have to protect. And it's, the people who made this mistake are no longer working in the county. And Our staff has made massive changes in regards to training and whatnot. And I'm pretty confident that this mistake will never happen again because of the changes that have been made. I feel like it is completely unfair for the whole neighborhood. And with all due respect, Commissioner Altman, the water situation in MIMS and in this area is just as critical as North Merritt Island. And one house does make a difference. So if nobody else has anything to say, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion to deny the request in a second. Any debate? I know I've already spoke, but I'll debate again. I think the other factor to consider here, not only the fact this applicant did everything right and relied on county's jurisdiction, acted in reliance. Had he been on a 1 acre lot and built a 4,500 square foot home, it would be the same impact. That's allowed. You could build a 6,000 square foot. You could have more impervious space on a lot that's 1 acre in size from a ratio point of view than he has here. So we allowed in our code the amount of construction to take place. It's a relatively modest home, and that's why I feel it does not create some sort of damage to the area. I'm going to vote against the motion. I encourage the board to show some compassion. Gracious alive, a little bit of compassion. You know, there were county staff that was criticized. We had a hurricane coming, and he had a house built, and he wanted a port to protect his property. They made an executive decision. I commend them. It shows me that they have a heart. Big bureaucracy. They didn't know. They thought it was the right thing. Have a heart. This is terrible for this couple and family.
With all due respect, the idea that this house is owner-builder, it's unlikely. I won't say it's untrue, but it's unlikely with the amount of how much Scott Minnick's name is all throughout all of this stuff. It's unlikely that this is truly owner-builder. And frankly, I think that not only should you go after him for that piece, but his license should be taken away from him from doing this type of fraudulent activity. And I think that you should sue him and get every penny back, because I think that you would have, I think that you would have a heck of a case. And, you know, it's not that I don't have compassion. It's just that there has been so much damage to North Brevard, and we can't continue. And I'm sorry that that you're caught up in all this.
Any other discussion? Debate? Not. Call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. Nay. It fails by a 3-2 vote. Okay.
If I may, for debate.
Denial has been voted down. I think, would the next step be to vote to approve?
You need a competing motion, yeah.
Okay.
Or an alternate.
Is there a motion to
If there
approve
is
the
one.
request?
I have a question. What exactly can we do here to ensure that, this can never happen again? And I'm so disgusted right now with this, and I really appreciate you, Commissioner Atkinson. This is...
Well, I think planning has implemented some measures administratively, but significantly, I'm pursuing code enforcement actions against Minnick for the behaviors with the lot splitting now that it's come to my attention. So we have 2 cases that are scheduled for the Code Enforcement Board hearing this month, where we're seeking pretty substantial damages in code for violations causing irreparable harm, which should be enough of a disincentive for the illegal lot splits to continue. And then in the future, if we're ever out from under the shadow of SB 180, the board could certainly consider adopting a lot split ordinance, which would put more scrutiny on the single lot splits, taking a piece down at a time to try to avoid the subdivision code requirements. So I think those are the answers and the way to address the problems and go after the bad actors.
Could I say something in this regard? Respectfully disagree. However, understand the problem. And so Morris and I spoke about statute regarding recording deeds, and so how to stop this upstream before it gets to the county. So I think that's something to look at, but that's something that would have to be done with the states. Now, with regards to licensure, I mean, DBPR, right, is where this gentleman has licensure. So, I mean, a complaint can be filed there. So I don't know if that's the county or somebody else, but there's remedy there.
I have a question. Would there be any appetite to try to purchase this and use it as stormwater retention, the foundation, the trusses? This house is going to be pretty damaged at this point. And so I don't know, putting up banana trusses and, having a foundation, I don't think that is a compassionate thing to set a young family up into either.
Can I ask, sir, is that even something that you would entertain? Just for the purpose of that question? Okay.
This has been 8 months since I've been stopped, and then now I just restart everything and purchase land. Then you can't even get a septic permit. So now what?
Yeah.
I'd like to pass the gavel to make a motion.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we accept this request.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
If I may.
Motion passes.
I apologize, Madam Chair. That motion, just to clarify, was on H13. That would be the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. If you recall, there's also a rezoning to
Yeah, that
SR
was
with
two
the
items in chronological. That was for H3,
Yep.
the comprehensive plan. I'd like to make an additional motion to approve the zoning request
with a BDP.
with the binding development plan.
Do I have a second?
What would the binding development plan say?
The two conditions that were suggested and previously agreed to by Mr. Faune was, one, the applicant agrees that this rezoning request companion future land use amendment application was a result of an unlawful split by the predecessor in interest, and will stipulate to that fact in any future proceeding regarding that action. And two, this rezoning and companion future land use amendment application are not precedential, but instead are being requested to resolve the substandard lot that have arisen as a result of the unlawful split, and under these particular circumstances, that it be recognized that these actions are being granted based on the unique conditions of the subject property.
What about, wasn't there something about how these two properties, we were going to be asking the owners to participate in however we go forward with Minnick?
Well, as far as this particular application, that's what the first condition is. Have Mr. Faune, should the county attorney's office believe that it would be of assistance, that he would agree to participate and stipulate to the facts.
And that's all part of this? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
Okay, we've approved your item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, we think we have one more item. Did I see that? We did that. That's right, we did at the beginning. Okay, that is our agenda. We'll go to reports.
Mr. Chair, before we start reports, I apologize, but we denied an item earlier, the Lazy River item. I probably should have asked the board in that item if they'd like me to bring back a findings of fact.
Yes. I apologize. I should have made that in my motion.
I should have caught it at the
I
time.
apologize.
I'm sorry.
Do we need a motion or a second?
Please, just,
I'd like to make a motion for a
Second.
finding of fact.
thank you.
Okay, there's a
All
motion
those in
second.
favor?
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, you're chairman. Go ahead.
No, no.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm
All
going to let
those,
you finish
all
this
those in
meeting.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, we have unfinished business, none, I think. We have new business, none. None. We have public comments. Do we have any public no public comments. Board reports. County administrator? No? Yes?
No report, Mr.
No
Chair.
report. County attorney?
No report, Mr. Chair.
District 1?
Yes. I just want to say that I'm really at a loss with, I support you all the time in your zoning. I go along with 99% of what goes on in this board, even things that I deeply disagree with, like the parking garage. And this affects none of you. It affects none of you, but it affects the people that I represent. The 40,000 people that voted for me have been disenfranchised tonight. And I've never seen anything like it on this board, ever. And I hope that changes. I hope that you all can understand, while you may not like what I have to say or what I bring to the table, but D1 does. And that's why they elected me, and that's why I'm sitting here. And I'm here to represent them. And their voices should be respected. In addition to that, I just wanted to bring forward that I'm going to be bringing forward another agenda item for our board meeting next week to discuss some of the different things that were going on, that were brought to us at the budget workshop, having to do with the different funding sources and the stormwater fee and possibly the connection fee. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Okay, District 2?
None.
District 3?
None.
District 4, Feltner? District 5, okay, I have a short couple comments. One, I will not ask any commissioner to vote in my favor if they feel it violates their principles. I respect each and every commissioner, and I respect you to stand by your principles, first of all. Make that clear. I appreciate any deference that you may give and consideration, but I'm not asking for your unconditional support, no ex post facto. Secondly, we are one county commission. That's why we're called Brevard County Commissioners. Very, very honored to have such a job. We represent the entire county. We do not represent enclaves or districts, fiefdoms, whatever. We are one single commission, and we can only act in conjunction. And I trust the wisdom of the 5 members. So I just been wanting to say that, and I feel very strongly about it.
I'm glad you said that. I'm voting against you from now on.
As long as you think it's the right thing to do, I respect that.
Thank you for
if you're standing by your principles.
Thank you for saying it.
You're welcome, and thank you for the board. And tough meeting, but a good meeting. And meeting's adjourned.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.